Okay, so, Legacy. Oh my god, von Falkenstein.
Will you look at that?
What?
Fortress. Here, in the middle of nowhere.
I updated gameplay first. So the HUD is up to date as of right now. Yes, this is the DLC that they've already mentioned him by name, Corypheus. Oh yeah, I was gonna do that too. Yeah, they actually did, right at the beginning. Corypheus must see the light of day again. Like, yeah, right up smack dab at the beginning. Now, we have no context for what that name means, but they name-dropped him early. Oh, yeah. Taking a drink. Thank you. Exactly, Yura. You know what's really funny? Dragon Age 2 syndrome, I, of course, call after Dragon Age 2, because it's probably the most overt about this problem. But if you think about it, the overwhelming majority of RPGs, in my opinion, have good but too much combat. Origins had that problem, for God's sakes. Never mind stuff like the Final Fantasies. There's a reason why, when they started introducing the ability to skip encounters, people were like, yes, thank God, Ink none. Game? There you go. Yeah, no, the trash problem is real in RPGs. And I mean, it makes perfect sense why. It's to make the games longer. Earlier, I mentioned the possibility of Dragon Age 2 concluding after Act 1. And while that's probably not a good thing, the biggest response all of you gave was, but that would be too short. Now, no offense, but I vastly disagree with that. I don't think RPGs automatically need to have X amount of length to qualify as worthwhile or good or whatever. And yet, that is the popular consensus. Is that RPGs...
The ground looks treacherous here.
Thanks.
Showing concern for others, Isabella. Tongues will wag.
I just don't want to see your brains dashed on the ground. That's all. Stop looking at me like that. I shouldn't have said anything.
Anyways. I mean, what Django just said in chat is exactly indicative of the attitude, which is why these kind of games tend to have so much raw padding. Because developers and publishers both know that there will be people who will say, "Ah, but it's just too short. We need our bang for our buck. We need more space. We need more time." There's a reason a game being long has been considered a back-of-the-box feature since the SNES era. Shortest yet good RPG I know? Chrono Trigger, which is about 12 hours on the high end. Also true, Django. But yeah, as you say, nobody would ever do that.
Meredith could be burning down the circle.
Nah, she's fine. And yeah, I could think of plenty of games that are very, very short that still have value to them. Because, as I've said many thousands of times, density is what matters to me, not length. Yeah, Undertale, Modern Warfare 1, any Mega Man game.
I always thought it would be fun to be a pirate.
More fun than starting a revolution?
I'm not sure I'd call that fun. When I was stuck at Vigil's Keep, I dreamed of stealing a ship and sailing to exotic lands. When I left the Wardens, I tried to plant a rumor that that's where I went. Even mention your name a few times.
Thanks for that. I actually don't know how much time I've put into WoW. And in fact, I will never know, because my original count has been lost. So all that time spent in vanilla is gone. And yeah, reference to the epilogue slides. Wah wah. You know, to this day, I don't actually remember what happened to... So, my account got permabanned. But you're probably thinking, oh my god, what'd you do? I don't know. To this day, I don't specifically know what happened to get my account permabanned. So, something. I was pretty livid about that. Yeah, this was back when Blizzard was still figuring out how to do customer support. Which is funny, because I will consistently and persistently praise Blizzard for their good customer support. Probably about from Wrath onwards. But back in the day, they, like every new MMO developer, had no idea how to deal with an MMO customer base. And so they made all the same mistakes that every MMO developer makes. Tor went through this cycle, too. I mean, every MMO goes through this cycle. To give you an idea how good their customer support is now, I ran into a bugged quest last night when I was playing with my friends, put in a ticket, and got a response inside of a minute. You know, from a person.
Is this the perk you get for being champion? Because if so, I'm not applying for the position.
I wonder what that is. I'm sure it's nothing. Inventory full. Why am I looting? Oh god, I'm gonna have to do this stupid thing. Destroy. Yep, destroy. Gotta make a little room. There might be some real gear in here. Just get out of my inventory. Get out of my inventory. Oh my god, get out of my inventory. Get out of my inventory. Oh, right. I was going to do that, and then it took forever to do the time. Listen. Lightning vision is just amazing. What can I say? Okay, so we want... Vanguard... Cleave. Okay, hang on, so... Wait, chili beans are sweet? Oh my god, look at that. Vanguard. There's Cleave. Hang on, is that the one I wanted? No, I want Devourer. Which is from Reaver. Which he doesn't even have access to. Of course not. Meh. Okay, we could also do... Well, no, that's an Aveline thing. How about Warmonger? Tremor. And then I need Aftershock. Pommel is also possible, but... I don't know. Look, if I'm reading this correctly... they need to be stunned first in order to do it. So yeah, Aftershock I think is what I actually want here, since I can't have a Reaver. And then hang on. I want her to do looks like Sabotage. These two. That's a good point, Lord Harmont. He might already have Pommel. I don't know why I keep going all the way back out. He does not. Pommel. I don't know where Pommel Strike is, apparently. It's not in two-hander. Oh, there it is. He actually already has Pommel Strike. Oh, so we could get both of those if we had 2 more points, which would be easy enough to get. So hang on, back down to her. So I need 2 more abilities on her to get Sabotage. Wow, Brittle can only be affected by like 3 things. And by like 3 things, I mean by 3 things total. No wonder I have been having issues. I have been having issues with that. Okay, so let's... Come on, game. There you go. Here, hey, Carver, drink this. Yeah, sure. Oh, God! I've forgotten everything! Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I do, yes, Hero. Don't worry, we will make you a better warden. Okay, first of all, let's just get this out of the way. So it was Warmonger, Pommel, Tremor, Aftershock, and Pommel Blow. And we'll go ahead and grab Cleave over here. There we go. And I guess we'll put the rest into Templar. Nah, who cares? Nobody likes being a Templar anyways. We'll just sit on the rest of his points for now. And let's make his strength a little higher. I guess I'll raise his health too. I guess. And we'll give you stamina, I guess. God damn it, Carver. Ah, screw it. 1, 2, 3, there. Okay, so I want you to do only a few things. I want you to be very specific. I want you to use Pommel Strike. It might take me a moment. Enemy clustered at least 2. Go ahead and do Tremor. And then Cleave. And just do that. Just do that, Carver. I'm kidding. That would be silly. Yeah, Cleave, please. Please. I don't know. Let's go with lowest health. Scythe. Just run that over there. And then we'll go with clustered at least 2. That'll be our whirlwind. That's really weird for Falkenstein. Why do they have this? Okay. Actually, that's a good point. That's a good point. Let's switch Pommel to... there should be like a status type. Rank, there we go. Rank is elite or higher. There we go. Elite or higher. Cluster, we do Tremor. Nearest visible, we do Cleave. So that'll be his bread and butter. Scythe, if the enemy has lowest health. And Whirlwind, if they're clustered. We could also do Scythe if they're far away. Or we could do Scythe if they're far away instead. Not a bad idea. Ah, screw it. No reason to mess with it. Yeah, I think that'll work out well. And let's see if it actually works out well or not. Yeah, let me double check something really quick. But he is doing Stagger. We actually have 2 things that can exploit Stagger. What am I doing? Yeah, let's get one more dialogue while we're here.
So now you're the target of batty dwarven assassins? You do attract the strangest types.
Yes, like lust-addled pirates.
Ooh, touche.
Caspian, I've already given it 5 positives. I don't think I can give it
You
another one.
hate the deep roads. And look, here you are anyway.
Did you have to remind me? I was so close to forgetting.
If it makes you feel better, you can always blame Hawk.
Believe me, I do.
Thanks. Thanks, both of you.
All set.
I mean, ships are expensive things, Von Falkenstein, so that doesn't surprise me. Damn it, stop looting, Lore. He's not in this one, Pika. To my knowledge. Yeah, I've noticed in the previous DLC as well that there's some actual game design going on. It was weird.
Blood. Guess they didn't get the news about mine going bad. What's it to do with father?
I guess we only get that answer from Corypheus.
If I get the Hawk's blood, Radigan says I can go into the tunnels and drink of the Master. We must wait in silence. The Master commands it. I hate how all of you get to hear his voice. I never do.
Yes, Pika. I really hope we don't spend too long with Legacy, to be honest with you. I'll be real, I tend to forget the majority of Legacy other than the finale.
How about you?
It's like, I have very vague memories of all of this, is what I'm trying to say. You mean here or later, Spartan? Or putting that more clearly, do you mean this game getting the negative or Inquisition's getting the negative for this? Because the latter, the odds that we will not beat Dragon Age 2 today are actually kind of low at this point. There we go. I think that's the first time we've actually gotten off a combo strike. Been trying to ever since we switched him around.
The deep roads do drive you batty.
Yeah, Inquisition's almost guaranteed to get that negative. Corypheus is a different character. In fact, to be more clear, I would call him a non-character. Lacerate. Different isn't necessarily bad, but we'll get there.
They told me you were going to be trouble. And look, you brought the whole family. How generous. I swore to Corypheus we'd bring him Malcolm Hawke's blood, one way or the other.
What does this have to do with my father?
The Master wants you. I don't ask why.
So, it's Corypheus who's after me?
What Corypheus wants, Corypheus gets. From us, or from someone.
Whatever this Corypheus is after, it stops now.
Corypheus, we have done as you command. Your sacrifice is here. You will see the surface once more.
We'll see, Meatfist. I have only played through Inquisition the one time, but I was thoroughly unimpressed with him. Like, to the point of just, what the hell. We'll see. Oh yeah, while we're here. That was Lacerate, which I believe you have. Which is apparently not what I wanted. Okay. How about Explosive Strike? Do you have Explosive Strike? You do. I think that's it. Yeah, I was just thinking, hang on, I've got another way to exploit. Let's go ahead and use that, and let's go ahead and actually shove that all the way to the top. There we go. Save. This guy's name is Ratigan. The world's greatest rat.
What the... What is this? I can feel it inside me.
The enchantment needed to do that. What did Father know?
This is going to take me to Corypheus.
Or we could not. You know, we could... Anybody? No? Okay. Yeah, we could just leave the city? No? Okay. Cool. Does she not have... Hang on 1 second. She does not at all. Wow. Okay. And she doesn't have maim. That's why it's not triggering. Yeah, we got the key now, so that's cool. Pretty sure it's worse in every way than my other weapon, but that's cool. It's cool. It's cool. Yes, Yura. It is probably the best version prior to the Pixel Remaster. The Pixel Remaster may or may not be better.
Those little buggers set a trap for us. Now we're stuck.
I guess we should have seen that coming.
Yeah, you just... It becomes a two-hander. I mean, look at it. It practically is a two-hander.
Oh, tower down here. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, very dwarven.
Do you hope to learn something about your father down here?
So long as it doesn't also involve my mother. Some things about your parents should never see the light of day.
Well, I think your father sounds like someone worth knowing. According to my mother, my father wasn't. Not even for one night.
And yes, Hawke can be a rogue. Rogue, war, and mage. Oh, hey, there's our storage. Sure, let's just make this easy, honestly. Okay. That's a good question, Shanko. I have no idea. Do you, like, snap it in half and go... throw it at people? Do you get attacked by Darkspawn? Wow, Genlocks have gotten a little bit of a side grade. I mean, you know me, I'm always in favor of quality of life stuff. Even if it breaks lore, I'm like, you know what? Done.
Be bound here for eternity. Hunger stilled, rage smothered, desire dampened, pride crushed. In the name of the Maker, so let it be.
But the Maker doesn't exist, or may not exist. It's funny, because I really like the Qunari and the Elven redesign, but the Darkspawn one... I don't know. I call it a wash. The only Darkspawn redesign I generally don't like is the human one, the Herlock.
Trapped in an ancient underground prison. Not a lot of Templars.
You should set up shop. It's no worse than your current digs.
Good point. I could be quite comfortable here, actually. Clean the taint off the floor. Maybe hang a few pictures. It might even be a step up from Darktown.
A new base of operations for Kirkwall's Mage Underground.
It's got potential.
I found records dating back to 1004 TE, in the wake of the First Blight. The early Wardens discovered some Darkspawn could think and speak and commanded portions of the Horde even after the Archdemon's death. A few could wield magic with the skill of a Tevinter Magister, and the Wardens greatly feared them. It was here in the Vimark Mountains that the Warden Seshamiri set her trap to capture and study the greatest of these creatures, someone they called Corypheus. Hello,
You've
40.
taken to life as a warden. I figured you for the type.
I'm not the coward you are, if that's what you mean.
The plight of every mage is my burden. You'd think with your lineage you'd understand.
Your whining ranks a little lower than the end of the bloody world. But do go on. And on.
Is it wrong to want a world worth saving?
Less complaining, more survive the dungeoning.
The key! Did they find it? The dwarves. I heard them. Looking, digging. How do you bring the key here?
Uh-huh.
You mean this? How is this a key?
Magic. Old magic it is. Magic from the blood. It made the seals. It can destroy them.
I came in here to find Corypheus. Do you know where or what he is?
Do not say his name. He will hear you. Do not wake him. Not when you hold the key.
Let me guess. You want to drink my blood too?
Blood? The blood of the Hawk? Are you the Hawk? Yes, I smell magic on you. But you hold the key to his death. Yes, I can show you out, yes.
Who are you? What's wrong with you?
You ask me that? I'm the one who belongs here, not you. You are no darkspawn.
That armor. It's Warden issue. No one has that.
You hear it, no? Hear it calling? I smell it in you. I know the way out. Follow me. Down and in, down and in.
Okay.
Because I always like to follow the advice of tainted, crazy people.
Not crazy. No. Trust me. I know the prison's secrets. The seals hold us in. Anything comes in. Nothing ever leaves. Not without the key. You must use it, yes. On the seals. Every seal. You touch the key to it. Only then they open. Only for the Hawk. Not back. Not up. Only way out is down and through the heart. Down. Down in the depths.
So, do we listen to the nice madman, or are we setting up camp?
Good morning, Gentle. Yeah, I was gonna say. Apparently, Dad was the more popular one with the Wardens. Go figure. Do you mind? God, I miss having a two-hander in the party. Look, I'm sorry. Warrior's just better. I don't know what you want from me.
The corruption of that man. I've been a warden how long? And I've never seen anything like that.
3 years.
I guess that's why I'm still alive. To stop that.
And dumb luck. That's the other reason you're alive.
Credit where due, I suppose.
I mean, I don't want to be facetious. I really legitimately enjoy playing as a warrior in this game. It is my favorite class by far. Yeah, mage is fun. Rogue is interesting. Warrior is... Warrior is when you bring the chainsword. I hate it when I do that.
I can do nothing about the Warden's use of demons in this horrid place. But I will have no one say any magic of mine ever released one into the world.
Who was that? I feel like I know that voice.
It sounded like Father, but how?
Yeah, get some attack speed runes. Get haste going on. Wait, you can play an archer in this game? Oh, you mean Varric. Right, yeah. Oh. I mean, one thing I will always give Dragon Age Origins credit for is making Sword and Board fun in addition to useful. It is a rare game that does that, as we talked about back then. Most of the time, Sword and Board is just the stand there and hold it kind of a class. The prison in the Vimmark Mountains is believed to have been constructed more than 1,000 years ago. The original method of construction lost to history, but the Warden commanders of the Free Marches have maintained its secret throughout the centuries. The prison is concealed in a great rift in the Vimark Mountains, far from any easily traveled mountain passes. The wardens themselves have spread rumors of banditry and beasts to prevent explorers from exploring. The prison consists of a central tower built into the rift with magically maintained bridges that allow access to different levels, each level sealed by blood magic, in which a mage of untainted blood uses his own life essence to create a magical barrier that's permeable from the outside and impenetrable from within. This one-way access has caused other Darkspawn and travelers to be caught in the confines. Those who disappear inside never re-emerge. Well, that sounds like something we should undo, because we have no brain. Really? Game? Really? No, I agree with Wandering Doll.
Let me guess. The first seal?
2,000 years the magic holds. Never broken. Give it the key. Let it take the magic back to itself. Absorb it. All who came before.
To upgrade the key, click one of the pillars. Each gives a different benefit, but the key can only absorb the power of a single seal. Let's go with lightning damage.
The blood works. It is good.
Well, this talk about my blood is a little creepy. Are you at least planning to tell me your name?
Name. So long since I've said my name. Larius. I was Larius. There was a title too. Commander. Commander of the Grey.
He was a warden. Poor wretch must have come down here on his calling.
That's how it affects you.
Yes, the calling. The songs get louder. Only death stops them. I am dead. But I never died.
Hang on, what's the calling?
Anders? What are you talking about?
Wardens aren't immune to the taint forever. In time, we start to hear voices. The same ones Darkspawn hear.
Not exactly a hero's end, is it?
It's okay. My canon warden is looking into a way to cure the calling.
If you're a warden, then do you know what just happened? What does the seal have to do with my blood?
The magic. It calls to the blood, reads the thoughts of those who hold it. The last to hold it. The Hawk. I was there when he laid the seals. Before I became this. You favor him. Corypheus calls. In the darkness. What waits there?
Well, that's not extraordinarily creepy or anything.
I'm not listening. I'm not listening.
Easy. Hold it together. Deep breaths.
Sredna, we need to have a chat. Yeah, fun thing. Because Dragon Age 2 takes so damn long, our warden's already gone through, what, about half of the years we have left? Just in getting to Inquisition. And if Dragon Age 4 moves forward, well, another time skip.
Not doing anything.
They just keep making Darkspawn bigger and uglier, don't they?
Yeah. Well, wait until you see the next game.
There might be more seals ahead.
I mean, granted, Anders has been a warden for longer, Wandering Doll. But other than that, I have no idea. Maybe Anders has less sanity.
Be bound here for eternity. Hunger stilled, rage smothered, desire dampened, pride crushed. In the name of the Maker, so let it be.
I don't know if that's physically possible, Mizuno, but regardless, I do hope you like the game. I'm always pro game likery. Unless it's a MOBA, in which case, screw you! I mean, it makes a degree of sense, doesn't it, Lord Harriman? Carver is... I don't know if I have a good analogy, but he always strikes me as someone who's really grounded. He, like, not like he has a really high will save so much as he just has a bit more mental and emotional stability to him. You know what I mean? Congrats, Pika. Hope you had fun. I'm serious, though, Lord Harriman. Think about it. Yeah, sure, he has, you know, hiding in someone's shadow issues, but honestly, that's pretty mild. Sitting at 1 HP. Just sitting there. There we go. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I wish they had kind of committed to the idea of, you know, Hawk just being the total competent badass Death Doom that we arguably are.
I took a vow. My magic will serve that which is best in me, not that which is most base.
That which is best in me. Father used to say that, didn't he? To you and Bethany. She never felt like she could live up to him.
I hope they're together, wherever they are.
Nope.
Magic. Gossiping about us.
No, exactly, Wandering Doll. Shepard's just in a tier of her own, just like Hawk is just in a tier of her own. But that doesn't mean Carver's bad. I mean, to go back into it, and they actually mentioned this, I believe, in Mass Effect 2. Garrus would be a top-tier specialist, you know, Omega Death. Definitely Spectre material, if not for the fact that he happened to attach himself to Shepard. Who's just... Shepard. Yeah, I don't know about Falkenstein. I noticed it too. That's, you notice I'm trying to go very quiet when they're talking, so that you can hear them. I do believe so, Loner.
Isn't it odd that a Darkspawn-filled pit is making me feel closer to Father?
I mean, Mass Effect 1 is kind of a short RPG. But as we all know, short games are terrible, and therefore, Mass Effect 1 is, logically, terrible. Cool. Oh, I agree, Loner. I mean, if you want, I could pull up how long it took us to go through that while I wait for Valerian's donation to process here. Let's see. 'Cause I write all this stuff down for a reason. Let's see. Mass Effect 1 was a 25.27 hour game for us. And that was a decent length. You know, no complaints there. Mass Effect 2 was a 37.47 hour game, which also felt like a good length. Mass Effect 3 was 45 hours and felt way too goddamn long. Ah. Okay, hold up. And for those of you who don't know me, just to make sure to say this very clearly, the length of a game has nothing to do with whether or not it's too long, as contradictory as that sounds. I just think Mass Effect 3 had way too much padding and way too much just in it. Like, actually doing the missions? Sure, no real issues there. But everything else was just... Oh, man! Get on with it! Everything takes forever in that game. It's bonkers. And almost assuredly done on purpose, for the usual reasons, to make the game longer. Sorry, give me just a second here. No, it's not on the veto list. How much is Vagrant Story? $111.74. No, Valerian. Sorry. But, yeah. That's, yeah. It's okay if I import the Japanese copy. It's only $95.61. You never know with PS1 games. That's why I wanted to check. So I will have to veto that one. I'm sorry. I thought I'd already checked that, but it wasn't on the veto list, so, well... Either way, I will say thank you very much, Valerian, right now. I do always appreciate it. Thank you.
Be bound here for eternity. Hunger stilled, rage smothered, desire dampened, pride crushed. In the name of the Maker, so let it be.
So Vagrant Story is set within the Final Fantasy Tactics setting. It was kind of one of those experimental RPGs that several people don't even know exists. That's not a dig, but you know what I mean, right? Like, there's several RPGs, especially Square put out several during the PS1 era, which were just them poking around at ideas and...
I've bought our freedom, Leandra. We can go home now. Us and the baby. We'll be together. I hope it takes after you, love. I would wish this magic on no one. May they never learn what I've done here.
Dun, dun, dun.
Father didn't want a child with magic. He got that one wrong twice over. I guess the Warden's looking pretty good right about now.
And with that, the goodwill of our reunion vanishes.
Look, I didn't mean... No, you're right. I'll just stop talking.
Praise be.
Stop that. I agreed.
Good.
You don't always need the last word.
Good.
Can we just... I want to get this over with.
It looks like Tactics Ogre was one of the games that got axed, because nobody was putting money towards it, Valerian. It was a dead fruit game. I'm fine with adding it. I own it. I have the PSP version, specifically. I mean, you can re-add it. I'm just telling you. That's why I was confused when you said it's not on the list, and I'm like, wait. You sure? Yeah, don't think about it too much, Wandering Doll. Although, actually, while we're here, I should probably actually equip that. You know me, Lord Heremont. I tend to not get tired of things, as long as they're good. Plus, Carver is total garbage and needs to die in a fire, so, you know. No, Bethany's not cute. We need a mod so we can romance Bethany. That's what we really need. Wait. I still cannot believe that was so widely requested. To this very day, I have trouble believing that fact. Jesus. Oh, now you gotta look, Von Falkenstein. Now you gotta look. I'm not gonna look. I gotta get through this. But you should go look. Yeah, it's one of my favorite quotes, Wandering Doll. Anybody who's ever been interested... I forget how the phrasing goes. It's kind of coarse, but it's like... Anybody who's ever thought about having sex with their sibling has never had one. Yeah, sure, Valerian. I'll jot it down over here. There is Von Falkenstein? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We'll go with this one.
No! Get out of my head!
Anders? Anders! Maker. It's like he doesn't even hear me.
It's nice to see the variety of Von Falkenstein. It's a shame it's confined just to this DLC, but it is still nice.
He is waking. The magic grows lax. He feels us walk where no step goes.
Are you talking about Corypheus?
He calls, like an old god. He mimics their cry.
Can the rest of you hear him? I figured it was just me.
He calls them to free him. The dark children and the light. Any with taint in their blood.
If Corypheus isn't an old god, what is he? Human? Demon? Darkspawn?
More than darkspawn. More than human. He thinks. He talks. He pierces the veil.
You're talking about an awakened Darkspawn. The Wardens have only encountered them once.
That's the Wardens. Always so sure of everything.
He wants what was once his.
How could this Corypheus be sending people after me if he's asleep?
He can call, dream, but not know. When the seals are gone, he will wake. And he must die.
Why are you down here? How have you survived?
The calling, the music. It is our death.
The Wardens say once the corruption goes far enough, the Darkspawn can't sense you anymore.
Your last advantage is you throw yourself at them.
Yes, I lived. But I died. The corruption feeds me. So many years in darkness.
When you run off, where do you go?
I know the darkness before the seals. Here, the voice is too strong. I cannot stay.
I have noticed, Valvedrix. What is Super Ultra Combo 2023? If you don't mind my asking. I agree, Wandering, though. I think we get a little bit of an insight into what Dragon Age 2 could have been in these DLCs. Good and bad. Like, it's too easy to just say with more time it would have been universally better. Of course, it would probably still have issues. But I do still think we would have had several aspects of it be substantially better. I mean, if nothing else, the encounter design, something they really did lean into in a lot of previous games. I don't like this area. I mean, Max Payne games tend to be pretty short in general, but I feel you on that spot as well. I always find the length of games fascinating, regardless of my own opinion on the matter. It's always interesting to see which games are which length at which times. And why they're long, too. Some games are long because they have tons of encounters, or tons of enemies, or maybe fights take forever. Some games are long because they have extraordinarily large amounts of text, which you can't skip through. Or cutscenes you can't skip through.
This is much wetter than I remember the deep roads.
It's just interesting. All the different things that have been used to increase game length over the decades.
We should light those torches.
Sure. Oh, come on! There. That was all for something I'm not going to use, isn't it? Yeah. Well, whatever. Sure glad I bothered with that. Into the pile. I like to think that, like a dragon, I just have this giant hoard back in my mansion. Just of loot. Really? Von Falkenstein, wow. Oh no! Dogs! My most hated of enemies. Hey, Dakota. Well, that is pretty strange, Zectap, on both sides of the equation.
I can't imagine Lothering looking like this.
I mean... Hi. Nice place.
Just make him stop talking. Make him stop.
Anders? Shit. It's this place, isn't it? It's driving him mad.
It's Corypheus. He can hear Corypheus.
One of the things I find interesting about this is that Corypheus clearly isn't doing any of this on purpose at all.
What's wrong?
I can't. The voices. Wardens. The joining. I have too much taint in my blood. I can't shut him out. Help me. I will not be controlled.
Let it go. There's a better way to fight him.
Well, okay. I think this game predates Frozen.
Thank you. I guess they're right. You never can leave the Wardens. I hope I can hold against him. Against them both.
You'll be fine. Worrying about it never helps.
I don't know if I agree with that sentence, but, you know, whatever. Shoot, I was going to say something. Corypheus. Based on what we see later, Corypheus isn't doing anything that he's doing here deliberately, knowingly, or intentionally. It's just kind of happening. And I mention that because not only is that interesting in its own right, but it implies that the call that the archdemons do, the dragons, is also completely unintentional. It's just something that happens while they're dreaming. Which makes me wonder, where does that come from? You could say it's kind of a generic sort of a call thing, you know, they're just summoned to the dream, but it feels to me a little bit coincidental that multiple separate individuals under similar circumstances tend to have that same kind of siren call resonance going out into the tainted blood network, right? Then again, it could be a complete coincidence. Who knows? It's food for thought. Exactly, Caspian.
Help that time.
You can, Ryman. And you must! For if you do not, you'll be sacrificed to, I don't know, YouTube. I hear they're big on sacrifices nowadays. I mean, you know me, Ziad. I tend to think that, you know, things have explanations and blah, blah, blah. Thank God for that, Wandering Doll. Although, did I miss the super optional? Let's go with speed reduction. Thank you, Ryman. Always appreciate. I missed him. Well, where was he? Is it too late? It's a good time to say so, because I wasn't planning to miss him. Starfield. KOTOR 2 and Max Payne 3. You got it, Ryman. Thank you. I guess we'll just start backtracking and see what happens. Oh. Got it. Okay. Well. So anyways, there was a dragon back there, which is the hardest fight in the game. We beat him! Woo! We're that awesome. We walked by him and we beat him.
He feels the seals weaken. He knows you are close. You must be ready. What's that? Who? No! No! They're here!
Who is they? The Carter?
No, worse. More treacherous, more dangerous. The Wardens. They listen to Corypheus. They want to bring him the light. Stop them. You must stop them.
Well, okay.
Something's happening. The prison's breaking down. But it stood up to tunneling before. What can... You have the key. And you've come through the seals. But how? Champion? Are you the one? The same Hawk, child of Malcolm? The Carters said they were close. You must be her. I am Janica. I lead this unit of Grey Wardens.
Senior Warden, why are you interested in my father?
Then you don't know. Without Malcolm, this prison would have fallen 30 years ago.
Tell me what my father did.
The Grey Wardens built this prison to contain one of the most powerful Darkspawn we've ever encountered. But even the best magic fades. The Wardens need to reinforce the seals. This requires the blood of a mage untainted by Warden training. The last to perform the ritual was your father.
Blood magic is forbidden! Ignore all that blood magic I've been doing.
My father was a blood mage.
To avert the blights, forbidden magics are sometimes necessary.
For us, maybe. My father knew better.
He did not bind the demons, if that is your concern. That was done in another era, before the Chantry's laws.
Yeah, it wasn't illegal back then, so it's okay.
Why do my family stories never involve embarrassing vacations in Antiva?
We need your help, Hawke. I have done extensive research on this Darkspawn, and I believe the original Wardens were wrong. He isn't a threat to humanity. He's our greatest opportunity. A Darkspawn who can talk, feel, reason.
Corypheus cares nothing for blights. He used you.
The Warden Commander?
Don't listen to this creature. He's half Darkspawn himself. I know how to harness Corypheus. Use his magic to end the blights.
No. The Wardens knew. Corypheus is too powerful.
Don't do it, Hawke. The Warden Commander made a deal with one of these. We still don't know the consequences.
I say tear down the walls. Even if Corypheus turns on us, better to kill him outright than leave him here.
There are rules to the Order, and with good reason. Father wouldn't want this.
Corypheus calls her, and she listens. She brought him the Carter, sent them for you.
Stroud wouldn't let me have your brother. I need you.
You... Sure.
Why would this Darkspawn want to end the Blights?
He's no mindless monster. This search for the old gods comes at a terrible cost to his people.
This sounds very familiar.
He tricked you. These are not your thoughts. They are his calling.
How many of them died in Ferelden alone? And that was the least of the blights.
How could you trust any deal this Darkspawn makes with you?
Do not think me foolish, Hawke. I am making no deal. I have a spell which can control Corypheus. Bind him to my will. He will be a new, important weapon in the war on the Blights. No more, no less.
My knowledge, no, Loner. The Architect has so little relevance that you just saw probably the biggest significance of the Architect after Awakening. Just there. Like, I keep waiting for them to pull the trigger on that, and they kinda never have. So anyways, you're cuckoo.
Corypheus may be as great a threat as the next Blight. We can't risk freeing him.
We'll find a way to do this with or without you, Hawke. This prison will be broken. The Blight will end. Come.
With me! We will beat them to the seal!
This is as good a time as any to mention that, this choice does not matter at all. Which I'm not a big fan of. Like, it's just like, hey, so which one do you side with? Doesn't matter. Okay. Is there gonna be... Nope. Cool. I know, we've never had a BioWare game before where the choices don't matter. This is a brand new thing. It's the same general complaint we tend to level at Telltale games. How many choices matter in Telltale games? There are a few. 1, 2, you know. What, Von Falkenstein? There's a barrier? What? Nah. You're crazy.
This was part of the prison's defenses from centuries ago. Old wards, unstable, dangerous. The Wardens had them neutralized. Bringing them back to life will stall Janica.
Okay. already don't like this room. Let's see this.
If Larius is right about Corypheus, we're going to have to hurry.
Do not touch anything. The old defenses are active again. Very unpredictable, very dangerous.
There! That's the one Janika wants dead.
You do Janika's bidding.
Janika shared knowledge of Corypheus with the Carta. When she releases the Master, we will be rewarded.
Did Janika really think you could kill me?
We may die here, but we will take you with us.
No! Don't!
To arms, and pray that Corypheus honors our sacrifice!
Okay.
Trapped. Carter fools, always where they don't belong. This shouldn't have happened.
Don't touch anything is usually an invitation to touch everything. Didn't you know?
Always a punishment for playing with things you don't understand. There is a way out. Deep down, a small memory, a fading thought. I've been here before. Yes. Yes. Think. There must be a way. I was here once before. A long time ago. The magic flows in streams. They must be joined for the way to open. Yes. Yes, that's it.
Cool. So let's save. Let's go level her, because I actually know exactly what I want in her. I want name.
Quickly now. We have a ways to go yet. The Hawk was fascinated by the old construction. Always stopping to examine the carvings. A learned man.
Okay. Well, I'm not that. I'm just gonna go. I'm neither learned nor a man, so you know, issues. Good afternoon, Roytain. Do you notice we once again have 4 party members here? And by 4, I mean 5.
Did you really think those old wards would stop me?
No.
Look at you. Barely able to string 2 thoughts together. You've only made it this far because of Hawk.
You can still turn away. Do not listen to his voice.
You're a fool, Larius. And you should have died here years ago.
I have as recently as 2 days ago, Roytain. Why do you ask? Revenants. No, I've been impressed with the encounter design in general. In fact, I've already jotted down a positive for it.
Let me guess. The prison?
Yeah. I remember this fight can suck.
You're too late, Larius. Hand over Hawk, and I'll give you a quick death.
Hawk has made her choice. The right one.
The right choice or the only choice? Malcolm Hawke was not allowed to disagree.
It is the past. It doesn't matter.
Larius, what does Janica mean by not allowed?
How does she know this? Alec, did you tell her? Malcolm Hawke was reluctant. Had to be persuaded. I was Warden Commander. It was my duty. I delivered an ultimatum. Help us, or you'll never see her again.
You did what?
You were going to kill our mother.
No, never. He came with us. I never had to decide her fate. She was never told about what passed between Malcolm and me.
That doesn't excuse it.
You see, Hawke? How can you trust anything Larius says?
Yeah, but you're an idiot.
Larius's threats were reprehensible, but he's still right about Corypheus.
You can come willingly or not, Hawke. I just need your blood.
Oh, okay. Listen, I got tons of that. You could have asked nicely. There you go.
Slay him now before he wakes, before his strength comes.
Oh, sorry, Von Falkenstein. I misunderstood.
Use your blood. Free him and slay him.
So, we're gonna save, because this fight can be this fight. So, remember how I mentioned he's doing all this unintentionally? The way he talks here, in just a moment when we finally do actually wake him up, is what I'm talking about. It's very clear
That seems to have weakened the spell.
that he has not been aware of the passage of time. One other thing I want to mention.
Not to be a fuss budget, but is this really a good idea?
It takes Hawk blood to open his prison. I imagine he won't stop until he has what he wants.
A man of ambition. I bet he has a sinister laugh.
Sorry. There's something where characters in a story can lie, right? Like, Varric has demonstrably already lied throughout the course of Dragon Age 2 to Cassandra, right? So, some of the things that he says about the story of Dragon Age 2 are debatable as to whether or not they actually happened. And I've already given my opinion on that. That's not important. But when it comes to theory crafting, one of the things we have to do is we have to kind of gauge and test how reliable a piece of information is to see if it should be included in the overall calculations of trying to figure out what the hell's going on with the setting. I've talked about this a bit before. This is related to the writer factor, but not specifically, because this can be an in-universe thing. Like I said, yeah, as Von Falkenstein points out, Varric calls himself a liar, and we know he has lied about several things, demonstrably. So, Corypheus is about to say a few things in the upcoming cutscene, which are very interesting, and add some engaging insight into the history and the backstory of the world. Now, you might say, oh, he could be lying. Well, yeah, but actually, in this exact case, I don't think he is. The way it's presented and the way he is speaking makes it very clear that it hasn't even occurred to him to lie. That he is not aware of the fact that it might be beneficial to him to lie because he is so disoriented that he isn't even aware of the fact that time has passed. What I'm trying to say is I think we could take him, at least within the confines of Dragon Age 2, completely at his word. And yeah, exactly, Estes Flakes. This is the same kind of thing we have to do. We have to test the tensile strength of any given story.
He's almost free now.
So, save.
Now or nothing!
Just Be careful, sister.
Always have that handy. Always go for the hand.
Be this some dream I wake from? Am I in dwarven lands? Why seem their roads so empty? You! Serve you at the Temple of Dumat? Bring me hence. I must speak with the first acolyte.
Dumat was the first old god to become an archdemon. There haven't been temples to him since ancient Tevinter.
You look human. Are you not citizens of the Empire? Slaves, then, to the dwarves. Why come you here? Whoever you be, you owe fealty to any Magister of Tevinter. On your knees. All of you.
You're a Darkspawn. Darkspawn. Ravaging the deep roads. Spreading the blight. Does this ring a bell?
You are what held me. I smell the blood in you. Dumat, Lord, tell me, what waking dream is this? The light. We sought the golden light. You offered the power of the gods themselves. But it was black, corrupt, darkness, ever since. How long?
The Golden City. The first violation. The Magisters who brought the Blight.
That's ridiculous. There were no magical boogeymen who trespassed in the Maker's City. It's a story. It's Chantry propaganda.
Where do you think Darkspawn came from?
Some creation of the old gods, no doubt.
Dumat, have you forsaken me? I am your faithful servant.
The Darkspawn aren't just some conveniently explicit lesson on the dangers of magic.
Unless Corypheus is for real, everyone who knows what happened is long dead.
You don't think it's a little convenient? What does every sane man and woman in Thedas fear? The Blights. Why not pin those on mages too?
What manner of speech is this? How long have I slumbered?
He tainted the world. He speaks to all who carry the corruption. Darkspawn and Wardens. He brought Janika here. Brought you.
If he's been calling the Wardens to free him, what's his plan? He seems confused.
He slept. While the seals held, he could not wake. He knows nothing of time that passed. We must kill him now, before he comes to.
If he could reach the Black City, who knows what else he's capable of? We need to kill him.
The city! It was supposed to be golden! It was supposed to be ours! If I cannot leave with you, I will leave through you. I seek The light! The Blood Lord! The blood is mine!
All those resists just flying by.
Grant me your powers! Ah! The fire in my veins! You cannot avoid my fires!
Yeah, I was gonna say, English very technically existed 1,000 years ago, but, you know. Yeah. Except that. I've always found it interesting how devoted he is to Dumat, though. It implies a lot. Exactly, Estus Flakes. Hell, what we usually think of as Old English is actually modern English. A very good question, Blade Tival, which unfortunately I do not actually have an answer for. All we know about Dumat is some very vague details, which doesn't really answer your question.
Dumat! Grant me your powers! The power is mine! I am Scurry, little rat! The maze closes in!
Hey, Corypheus, can you tell me about Dumat really quick, please? He's the greatest! Okay, cool. Yeah, real Old English is completely nonsensical to current English.
You will die before you touch me, worm!
Oh yeah, let's get this out of the way. They have retconned the Architect into being one of the Magisters like Corypheus. I'm not saying it's a bad retcon, just saying that it's a retcon.
He's trying to trap us. Find a path.
Yeah, it's a little crazy, Jantha, but we'll get there, we'll get there. Hopefully tomorrow. Retcons, honestly, yeah, can be positive.
Find a clear path.
And there's something more!
Uh-oh.
The walls are closing in! Dumat! Grant me your powers! The lightning strikes me!
Could be Mad Overlord.
Feel the chill! You cannot outrun it! You cannot escape!
Yeah, I was just saying, Darth Vader is a retcon. There's a classic example of that. Darth Vader was originally just another Jedi who was converted to work for the Galactic Empire. Some of you probably don't even remember. The existence of the dark side was a retcon.
No! You are stronger than I thought, but not strong enough!
Okay, that one hurts. We're gonna let that pass. We're gonna let that pass. Oh, Jesus! And we're dead. Okay. Let's just try that again. fine, Ventures. It's fine. Everything's fine. Come on, game.
A little something more! Is there a kill in the air?
Oh, there's the laugh. Correct, Von Falkenstein. Lowercase d.
That's how we did it back in Ferelden.
Notice the camera actually bothers to show Larius in that shot. Nice touch.
That amulet. No one's used that pattern since before the First Blight. It was unique to a small sect in Tevinter, who worshipped the god Dumat. Corypheus really was an ancient magister. I always thought the Black City was just a story.
Even if it's true, it doesn't justify punishing mages over 1,000 years later.
Do you think? What else might the Chantry know that we don't? I'll need to study this further.
And it will have no impact whatsoever on the future. The end. I believe you, Lord Harrowmont.
You did well, Hawke. More than the Grey Wardens of old were able to accomplish.
Different animation immediately.
Warden Commander of your service here.
I'd be careful. We don't usually come back from the calling.
I must try. You've gained an ally today.
You sound different, buddy.
Why are you talking like that?
My head is clear now. Without Corypheus's call, I can think again. I thank you for my freedom.
You're so welcome. Corypheus!
The Wardens won't thank me for the deaths of their own.
Janica ignored the Warden Commander's express orders when she sought to free Corypheus. They'll be relieved she's gone. The prison stands no more. My gratitude you have for my freedom.
I said you wouldn't believe me.
When the Seekers arrived at the structure, this prison, it was destroyed. The Grey Wardens were there, but they did not mention this Larius. They claimed everyone was dead. And now you claim the champion was not only there, but defeated a Magister. One of the Magisters of old.
Left there by the Wardens themselves.
A curious tale. I wonder if there's more to it.
A small matter. A moment for the last of the family, and an echo. You'll forgive me if I take a liberty or two.
The attacks, Darkspawn, every bloody part of it. All because of what happened years ago. What he did for Mother. For all of us, really. It's not right that Mother isn't here to... I don't know. Just listen, I guess. I want to talk to her.
I know it was hard. How much time he had to spend with Bethany and I.
He started training me too. Best he could. Then I picked up some things from those soldiers who came through. Remember when I beat him? Took the blade clean away.
He was holding back.
On magic? Sure. But not the blade. After that, well, he knew I could handle the house while he was off with you two. I suppose I see why he was so concerned.
They wouldn't want us wallowing over what we've lost.
I don't think either of them got what they wanted out of this life. So, back to the way things are.
Seems that way.
Right. Sister... Never mind.
You know Malcolm wouldn't want you two to fight. He sacrificed so we'd have a life free to choose, not always agree. His burden must have been very like yours.
I bust my tail, and for what? We deserve better. You deserved better.
You know, your father got angry like that. He had doubts, but he was always moving forward. The best of him is still with you. The best of all of us. It's what makes you try so hard. You will always have that. We will always be family. It'll be all right.
Agreed, Lord Harrowmont. Agreed. No, Pika, I've decided not to. Just for you. I was going to do it just now, but instead I'm never going to do it. So, while I was kinda iffy on Mark of the Assassin, and it certainly gathered its own bundle of negatives, I will say Legacy was actually a pretty universally net positive. So credit where credit is due. Hope you liked that. Now it's time for Act 3. Or, more accurately, now it's time to technically pretend that, you know, we're done with the game. Hey, oh, we beat the game. Definitely. Wink. Nah. Now, I've already done most of the prep work this morning. Why I did that. No, I agree, Wandering Doll. Probably some of the best gameplay overall that we've had the whole game. Probably at least a little bit biased by the fact that we were leaning into the combo system finally, but I stand by it. Any guesses for the bronze number? Doesn't count for anything, I just thought I'd ask. No, that was just a memory, Pika. She's dead. There's no afterlife in this setting. Higher than it has any right to be. Paid that bill. I will be right back, and then I'll tell you the answer. So, some random factoids. As of this moment, Dragon Age 2 is a 29-hour game, putting it at slightly less than half the length of Origins, which does do its favor. It has 48 net positives to story, as opposed to Dragon Age Origins' 88, so big jump down there. By contrast, while Dragon Age Origins had a net plus 17 to gameplay, Dragon Age 2 only has a net plus 6, not as big of a drop. Its story positive ratio is almost identical to Origins, and so is its gameplay positive ratio, 79 versus 77, and 56 versus 54. Density, however, is much higher on 2, for obvious reasons. It's a shorter game. Which leaves us with a bronze number for Dragon Age 2 of 129.37. Which, yeah, that's a pretty damned good game. If the game stopped right here, I would honestly say that that's really good. That is generally something that I would consider a largely positive game that I would be much more willing to replay if not for the issues I've been having.
You've had luck on your travels? A new lesson?
We're just going to go and grab all these here really quick. Oh, there's no but. See, now we have to do Act 3. So, let's just bring the power core and let's just get this crap over with. Yeah, the butt's on Isabella there. I mean, as I said, 130, like, I feel like people do not understand the system. 130 is a very well-scoring game. I would go so far as to say that that puts it into, like, what I would normally call top 100 territory back in the day. So, that's a pretty good score. But we're not done yet. At least one of the DLCs did demonstrably drag the score up instead of down. It's always nice to see that. Yeah, no, honestly, ditto, Croatia. Do I think it'll be dragged below 100 with Act 3? We'll see.
I don't know how you live the way you do, blithely ignoring the consequences of your actions.
This is about the Canary thing, isn't it? I'm not ignoring it, I just recognize that it happened years ago. There's this fantastic thing called moving on. You should try it sometime.
Has it occurred to you that Kirkwall is only just recovering from the Canary attack?
And you want me to... what? Flog myself daily? Has it occurred to you that maybe there's no justice in the world? Other than that voice you keep in your head?
I don't know if Mark of the Sergeant dragged it up, down, or in between. I wasn't keeping track. But Legacy definitely dragged it up. That's all I would... that's all I meant by that.
His gaze be upon you.
The first enchanter overstepped his bounds.
He was provoked.
The people want to know which side you favor. It weakens you.
Strength will not win this fight, Sebastian. If the Maker is merciful, he will help them find peace. We can only be waiting when they do.
Do you never intend to give a public answer, Your Grace?
What have I been asked?
About the mages. You could calm this fire if you stepped forward.
The Chantry's teachings are clear. Those who turn against them would not listen more to me than to Andraste.
Then you do favor the Templars, Your Grace?
I favor peace, which is not the goal of either side, I'm afraid. I did not expect things to deteriorate so fast. I thought after the Canary, no one would wish for more violence. It has drawn more attention than I would like. Sebastian, if I can ask...
Anything, Your Grace.
And the champion, too, if you will?
I agree to nothing until I know what it is.
The Divine is concerned about the situation here. She does not want to see the Free Marches become another Imperium. She has sent an agent to assess the danger. Meet with her, please. Tell her drastic measures won't be required.
I don't want to see the Divine's armies march against Kirkwall.
Could we keep the Exalted marching to a minimum? I keep all my stuff in Kirkwall.
Surely the Divine wouldn't treat the whole city as enemies.
She is concerned. It is never wise to draw the concern of the powerful.
She is the voice of Andraste. She cannot turn the might of the Chantry against the innocent due to proximity.
Were no innocents harmed in the Exalted marches? She will do her best, Sebastian. But she must act first to protect the faith.
This cannot wait.
Thank you. We cannot allow this ridiculous mage rebellion to turn into holy war.
The agent, Sister Nightingale, will be waiting in the Viscount's throne room tonight. She wishes to remain unseen. The room has been sealed since the Canary incident. It may be difficult to get in without attracting attention.
Okay. For fun. I think I have, but I don't remember right now, Lord Hermon. Yep, let's level his extremely in-depth stats here. There we go. Cool, cool. And let's go this and this and this. Hang on, and this and this. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's explain what a crusade is to this Yahoo, shall we? I don't want to speak too negatively. Meredith, Caspian. We're going to go Templar this time around. Because we have to. As I mentioned before, a gun is put to your head and you are forced to pick a side, regardless of all logic and reason. And both sides suck. Which normally would be considered a good thing, but no, when I say suck, I don't mean like they're wrong. I mean both sides suck. And are barely different, which is the other problem. At least in the game. Oh, hey, it's some blood mages and their thralls. Cool. Anyways. I know that fence sitters are used as an insult, and I don't always agree with that, for obvious reasons. But it does really frustrate me when there's someone who has a tremendous amount of influence and power who fence sits. Who just sits there like, nah, I'm good. But you could do anything about this. Nope. Okay. And I should probably clarify that sentence a little bit. Because when I say that the grandmother lady, whatever the hell her name is a fence sitter, I don't mean the fact that she's refusing to take a side, which is its own separate problem. I mean she's refusing to do anything, period. Like, the most she was willing to do was that one cutscene we saw at the beginning of Act 3, and that's just talking down to the two leaders of the two factions, which isn't really going to accomplish a lot.
The Mells were the best family in Kirkwall.
Yeah, exactly, Von Falkenstein. Like, you know I tend to be not particularly pro-passivity, but good God do they go full tilt with it. What is that? Oh, that's the other quest. I need to go this way. Yeah, exactly, Estes Flakes. Like, that's why I had to clarify my sentence a little bit, because fence sitting is arguably not even the correct terminology here. She's just sitting there like, yep, status quo, status quo. No, don't do anything, don't do anything. Like, I'm sorry, but peace is procured, you know? Sitting and doing nothing is not peace. Frankly. Why we must make a new grand army of Kirkwall. Wait, sorry. Yeah, that's another thing. Where is my party, and what are they doing? What are you people doing? Anyways. I'm trying very, very hard not to get into real life stuff, but let's just say that when one side clearly has more power and influence and is more provocative than the other, and you decide to say both sides are equal, you are absolutely and demonstrably part of the problem. And to be clear, there's a difference between neither side is good and both sides are equal.
The Viscount's throne room has been sealed off since his death. A strange place for a holy sister to be.
Yeah, well, she's a strange woman.
You know, I might be able to give you a hand with that.
You.
Just the work of a moment.
So, even the Divine fears us now. She should. Kill the spies!
That's 3 blood mages we've encountered just on the way over here.
Let's finish this!
Just point that out. Unfortunately, I lost count of how many frickin' blood mages we've encountered. I think I'm actually not a blood mage at the moment. Yeah, oh, nope. I did go into blood magic just for the amusement factor. So yes, excuse me. I am also a blood mage. I've never used it, but I qualify. Hello, Liliana.
The Resolutionists. I might have known they would be part of this. Are you Sister Nightingale? I am. Or you may call me Liliana. The Divine sent me to investigate the possibility of a rebellion here in Kirkwall. I have some experience in unconventional situations.
The Liliana?
who accompanied the hero of Ferelden to slay the Archdemon. Ah, I see it will be harder to remain anonymous so near the Ferelden border. Yes, I knew the hero of Ferelden. She is dear to my heart. I am working for the Divine now, in Orlais. I had not thought to return to this part of Thedas. Who are the Resolutionists? An offshoot of a fraternity within the Circle of Magi. There have always been factions that support freedom from the Chantry and the abolition of the Circle. We have tolerated them, but the Resolutionists have become violent. They are likely behind the unrest here. Why did those mages attack us? The Divine has long suspected that Kirkwall's problems were spurred by an outside group.
Like any mage with a brain can't come up with, let's rebel.
Well, to be fair, Blondie, a lot of those rebellions boil down to, let's feed ourselves to demons. Outside help of the planning variety might be required.
This attack proves she is right. Are you saying you set this whole thing up? I let word slip that an agent of the Divine was coming to investigate the mage troubles. It is how they chose to react, which condemns them. Oh, just send in the Templars and wipe this place off the map.
No, that's not what the Grand Cleric wants. We can handle this, sister. There's no need for the Divine...
Divine Justinia takes the situation here very seriously. She believes it is the worst threat to Thedas since the Cunara invaded.
A handful of apostates? How can that possibly...
The whole world is watching Kirkwall. If it falls to magic, none of us are safe.
None of you?
Tell Elthina to leave. There is refuge for her at the Grand Cathedral in Orlais. She will not be safe here.
Yeah, no, she'll be fine. She'll be fine. She'll be fine.
Are out of control.
Everything's fine. Wow. We were almost locked in with Anders. We're not anymore. But, you know, that's cool. That's why I picked that one, Lord Harriman. That's not what I would normally do, but it's like, fine! Fine! Whatever! Just frickin' deal with it! God! Okay. And yeah, it's Justinia at the moment.
Oh, cheer up, Blondie. You're making me cry just looking at you.
Don't.
You made a mistake. It happens.
I almost killed a girl.
You've killed 254 by my last count. Plus about 500 men, a few dozen giant spiders, and at least 2 demons.
It's not the same.
Why? Because this one you feel bad about? Maybe that's the problem.
I mean, yeah, he feels bad about nearly killing her. She's a mage. Yeah, did you need his dialogue? Sebastian's dialogue just got overrun there. Hello?
I had hoped to find you. Unlike the rest of the Baz filth in this city, the Arishok considered you Basalit An. Many Qunari fell in Kirkwall when we departed. I am sent to gather their swords. If you find a Qunari sword, return it to me.
Okay.
I'll keep an eye out.
You will find me here.
With my good old tasks. This game has actually had several tasks. I've just let them pass without comment until now. Hey, it's Delilah Howe.
Mistress Hawke, I must speak with you. You're the only one that can help. The Wardens mounted an expedition to retrace your route through the deep roads to discover whatever it is you found years ago. It's a fool's errand, and my poor brother is with them. Nathaniel Howe.
Nathaniel? Well, put me in a dress and call me a Templar. How is the old boy doing?
He's missing, Sarah. Haven't you been listening?
I'm not worried about Nathaniel. He's crawled out of worse places alive.
I take it you and Nathaniel have some history.
Certainly. We were in the Wardens together in Amaranthine. Hordes of Darkspawn, psychotic brood mothers. Usual Warden business. I wonder if Nathaniel ever found a sense of humor.
Nope.
Why were Wardens interested in our expedition?
Maker, help me, I have no idea. My brother never tells me these things.
Wardens range into the deep roads all the time.
But he's been gone far too long. Something terrible's happened. I'd tell the Wardens, but by the time I reach Vigil's Keep... my poor brother...
Do you know any other details?
I know almost nothing. Nathaniel never speaks about the Wardens. It was only happenstance that I heard your name mentioned. Please, go back to the deep roads. Find my brother. You must.
I mean, I don't have... Okay. She just vanished! That. As Varric is talking to Cassandra. Yeah, and then she just disappeared. Right in the middle of just where we were there. Who's the more undercooked, Zaid or Sebastian? Well, Zaid at least has some interesting stories to tell and is well acted. Sebastian is such a nothing burger that I've already given him 2 negatives.
Ah, the champion of Kirkwall. Your reputation precedes you. Forgive me. I should introduce myself properly. My name is Nancio Caldera Lanos. I am a noble from the beautiful country of Antiva.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want?
I've come to you in search of aid. An elven assassin I have been chasing is loose in the area. Unfortunately, he's hidden himself among the local Dalish, no doubt playing on their shared heritage. He's a master manipulator who will endanger even his own kind to ensure his survival.
You don't seem the type to hunt assassins. Why are you after him?
At first, it was merely duty to Antiva. But after losing so many good men to him, it became personal. He's nothing but a murderer, a thief, and a liar.
Okay.
What do you want me to do about it?
I've heard of your dealings with the Dalish. I was hoping you could go where my men could not. Find out where the assassin is hiding, and apprehend him.
I'll see what I can do.
One of the Dalish, a woman named Variel, is a friend of his. I suggest speaking with her first.
We won't be here when you get back. We got a campsite outside the city. Look for us there.
You know, Finagle the Bagel. That would make a lot of sense. Like a disturbingly large amount of sense. Can I go to the bathroom? No, I must hear the whole story. Okay, so then Hawke was like, God, I don't know, doing something, and this other thing happened.
I said Navarin red, not a region.
So, the night coming.
That's his room over there. Are you ready?
Yes, I think so. Now, this needs to be convincing. And you'll need to get creative. Call me names, even hit me. Stick with it, no matter what I do. Velasco's a clever son of a bitch. If you waver, he'll notice.
I'm worried about you. You're enjoying this a little too much.
I am, aren't I? Whatever you do, just make sure he takes me to Castillon. I'll leave a trail for you to follow. Let's go.
I think you and Isabella can handle it from here.
You're paid more than anyone else in the Rose. Even Quint.
What?
You're in full armor, dude. Don't look at me like that.
Skitty speech.
I hope you have a good reason for interrupting my private time.
I brought you a new plaything. She's much less timid.
Are you insane? I just want you out of the way. I thought I could trust you. Shut up. Oh.
I've waited a long time to do that.
I'd love to finish the job, but Castillon will never forgive me. Castillon will be pleased. He's been looking for Isabella for some time. A token of our appreciation. It's more than she is worth.
Well, I hope Isabella leaves an obvious trail. Wait, what am I talking about? Isabella's never subtle.
Speaking of which, let's get another party member so we can, you know, kill the crap out of whoever's in the way here. God damn it, I already set Carver up like this. Let's see, we had gotten Cleave and way more. Yeah, I guess that's all we're going for. That's fine, whatever. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Yeah, give me $3.
I was thinking of changing.
It's more than she's worth. Yeah, okay, sure, whatever.
This is Isabella's trail.
You can tell because there's a giant arrow. Okay, I know this is a minor thing to be irritated by, but there's nothing there. We've already seen, by my count, 3 separate signs that Act 3 is super rushed. But this is sign number 3. There's just nothing there. It just says, oh yeah, no, this is the trail. You could tell because... just really focus in on it for a second. Really process this. Okay. Yeah, follow the smell of yeast. Perfect. She left glitter. She left confetti. That's what it is. That's what it is.
The trail leads to Lowtown.
Okay. I mean, that is Act 3 in a nutshell. Lack of polish, which is a problem in all of Dragon Age 2, but it gets worse in Act 3. It's just, yep, nope. Here's a quest, here's a cutscene, you're done. Boom! Move on! Like, wait until you see some of the companion quests in Act 3. Oh god, that's it. Way too well, that makes perfect sense. We've got the Witcher senses going on. You know, we're just like... Really? Really? You done? Cool. Oh, I'm aware of Unfalkenstein. As usual, Isabella gets some of the better thing. But, never mind. Obviously, I am miscommunicating, so I'm just gonna let it go. It reminds me of something that was said by a writer over on Voyager. Who cares how he gets down on the planet? Just make up a thing and get on with it. Like, that's probably exactly what was going through the creators' minds. Okay, so we need Isabella to leave a trail. And then someone, like, in the back's like, what's the trail? And everyone turns to look at that person like, who cares? It's a trail. They're following the trail. Yeah, but what's the trail? And then they throw the man out the window. Oh my god, why are there this many encounters out here? She licks the ground. Oh, well, at least this is just one encounter, right? Okay. It's fine. It's fine. We'll kill the second grunt, guys. So, at least there's only 2 encounters here. Oh, wow, it really was only 2. I'm actually shocked by that. And yeah, thank you for reminding me I need to switch my weapon back. Boop. I actually lost the trail. I lost the trail!
Isabella's leading me to the docks.
Okay. This is a really long trail in lore, if you think about it. Like a really long trail. Oh, well, at least there's no more encounters down here. What's the trail? Oh, it's her blood. Given Dragon Age's obsession with blood. For God's sakes. You know, that's true. We have a dog, canonically. Like, I don't even think we have the option to not have the dog. That wouldn't be a bad solution to that problem, Caspian. Good idea. Warehouse. Warehouses are catching up to caves, tell you what.
Why don't we work something out? If you're good, I'll tell Castillon to go easy on you.
Contrary to popular belief, I do have standards.
You're going to do whatever I want. I own you.
You sure about that?
You! I knew the bitch was up to something. Kill them!
I give you $3 for that. If you're gypped, I demand my $3 back. She's right there. She's fighting with me. Yet another time when we have larger than the party size fighting with us.
Velasco sent word to Castillon. He's on his way. Let's look around first. I want to know why he's in Kirkwall.
Okay. You know, in the interest of speeding this up, I probably should do this really quick. So give me one moment, please. Alright, so... Scythe, I want you to do if they are brittle. And... Cleave. That's actually acceptable for Cleave. But you should also have... Hang on, let's just do any here real quick. Oh, I guess you don't have that. You just have Cleave. Well, that sucks. Oh, never mind. Boop. Let's go ahead and scooch this to the top, though. There we go. Cool. Alright. Save.
Done. So Castillon's looking to expand his slaving business. Why am I not surprised? The city guard will find these documents very interesting.
I didn't know Mighty Blow did it too. Go ahead and up. Yep. Come on, more. We'll go ahead and do enemy status.
And Velasco told me you were all tied up. A lovely present just waiting to be opened. I see he's paid for that little mistake. What a pretty smear he makes.
Are you this stupid?
Well played, Isabella. Crossed and double-crossed.
You want to talk? Maybe we should talk about these documents. Slavery in the Free Marches? They're not going to like that.
Get to the point.
Give me your ship, and your word to leave me alone, and you can take these papers and go.
What?
Are you insane? I want his ship. I saw her docked in the harbor. She's new, fast, and I want her.
Give me the documents, and you can have the ship. And you will never hear from me again.
Swear it.
I swear it on my mother's grave. Give me the documents.
No.
Castillon dies here today, if I have anything to say about it.
Enough with the blackmail then. Let's settle this like civilized people.
Wait!
What? You realize you can still take it when he's dead, right? Like, you don't really need to be like, give me your ship if he's not alive. God damn, Isabella, work with me on this. Ah! Oh, you know what? Valerian's got a good point. He's a load-bearing ship captain. I love how we killed the boss like 10 seconds ago, and there's just more ads slowly spawning in because this is Dragon Age 2.
Oh, now what am I supposed to do with these useless documents? After all we've been through together, how could you do that to me?
I'm sorry, what?
Remember the time you ran off with the relic?
You're not still using that as an excuse, are you? Oh, Hawk. Castillon deserved what he got, didn't he? I really hate it when you're right.
You're welcome. Now go take his ship. Or is that the end of her quest? Surely that's not the end of an entire companion quest. Surely this big buildup, which has been happening for the entire game, about how absolutely terrified she is of this guy, who's so awful that she's willing to spend 7 goddamn years trying to figure out this situation and work through it. And, you know, try to buy this guy off multiple times, and now, finally, we go to Snide to poke him, and we kill him in 20 seconds. Surely! That's not it, right? Next. No! No, Shadow Machine, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't beat the game by last night. I don't know, how about anything good, Blade Travell? Like, I'm sorry, but no, that's not good. I don't think you can really convince me on this one. Imagine... Okay. Imagine there's this Dragoon who will go nameless for a second, and he's just like, I swear that I will never do this thing because I'm a Dragoon, and just... Okay, you're being sarcastic, never mind. It's just like... Really, think about this from an FF4 perspective. Imagine if towards the end of the game, Kane's just like, yeah, I'm good. What? Yeah, I'm good. What? It's cool. We're cool. You want to get some paella bread or something? Why are you looking at me so strange? Kinda, yeah, Cashel. And we gave negatives to the frickin' Void Wolf for the exact same reason. When you build something up across almost an entire game, and then all of a sudden they're like, yeah, they're dead. I understand that this is a video game and we're expected to be able to kill our problems away. But that should probably be acknowledged in story, especially since Hawk is a death machine in lore. Yeah, and Ed just like, woo! Thank you, Shadow Machine. I do always and ever appreciate. Thank you very, very much, Shadow Machine. I will jot that down for Shoot His Blood and Teeth, Stray, which might push it over the ledge, and Project Wingman. So, yeah, no, that's not good, is how I'm going to explain that. Reminding me, Shadow Machine. I would say, with the advantage of the hand, the Inquisitor is probably technically higher tier, but we all know that's a temporary thing and a bit of a monkey's paw. In lore, the games want to make Hawk out to be stronger than the Warden. I've never felt that way personally, but that might just be because of my own personal headcanon on their personalities and who they are and how they are. The Warden can be a hell of a badass, but not really in lore in the same way that Hawk is. So it probably is intended to be Hawk, Warden, Inquisitor without it. Yeah, exactly. The Warden is the one who united Ferelden. Hawk is the one who carved a bloody path through, you know, Kirkwall.
You're here. Good. I wanted to talk to you.
Don't you have a funeral to attend?
What? You mean Castillon's? I hope the cleansing blaze of the funeral pyres rejects his vile, sagging arse. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. Saves me the trouble of having to go look for you. I wanted to thank you for everything you've done for me. I'm glad you walked in here all those years ago.
I was drawn in by the intoxicating aroma of stale piss and vomit.
It's funny. Now that I think about it, getting a ship just doesn't seem that important. Everything I care about is here. You're here. I'm sorry. I don't know what's come over me.
And then we could break up for her right there, but no.
What's going through your mind?
I think I'm falling for you. Just tell me, Hawk, if I have a chance with you.
Didn't you say love wasn't for you?
I know what I said, and I know why I said it. You were right. I wasn't afraid of love. I was afraid of being loved.
Promise you won't run off and break my heart.
I won't if you don't give me a reason to.
Good answer, actually. Oh god, she's in my knee!
You're not nearly as selfish as you pretend.
Hey, you take that back.
You had your relic. You were gone. There was no reason for you to come back and face the Canary.
I still don't have a ship. I thought I could get one.
From a bunch of shipwrecked Canary.
From the Viscount. I just got here late.
I always knew you had a heart of gold.
Shh, don't tell anyone.
Someone in the back rooms wants to see you, love. Seemed a bit insistent.
Sorry, the louts over there need more ale.
You know, I have a pretty good vibe on both the Warden and Hawke, and, I mean, Von Falkenstein put it very succinctly in chat just now. The Warden was a leader, and Hawke's a powerhouse. Cool. Who the hell's the Inquisitor? Or I guess more accurately, what the hell is the Inquisitor?
If you think that was bad, I should tell you about the Black Marsh.
See, when you say things like that, Blondie, it just makes me glad I didn't know you sooner. Who goes to a place named Black Marsh on purpose? Now, if they called it Beer Marsh, no, still doesn't work.
That would smell terrible.
You've got a point. The marsh part does cancel out anything else. Flower Marsh, Kitten Marsh. No, no good. Ah, you've got company. I'll see you later.
Hawke, what can I do for you?
What was Anders here for?
Only place in Kirkwall he can get a decent drink. Blondie comes by here and I put him on my tab. He's got some stories about his days in Ferelden that sound implausible, even to me. He's not bad for a mage. Crazy, but that's most everyone in this city.
I wouldn't say no to a pint.
I should make you buy the drinks, oh champion of Kirkwall.
So, what's the word in Lowtown, Varric?
Nothing you don't know already. The Viscount's departure, a vacuum of power, troubles brewing. Get rid of one thread and another appears. I'm starting to think this city's in love with Crisis. Hope you're ready for it, my friend. I'm keeping Bianca close.
Well, I sure hope you liked that, because that was Varric's companion quest.
The barmaid sent me. What do Templars want with me?
Hawke, your speech against First Enchanter Orsino was stirring.
We hope you can aid us more directly. You seem capable enough of capturing apostates and blood mages.
A lone apostate or blood mage is of little consequence. But a group of them have become organized, and many wretches in the city lend them a hand.
The commoners are merely misguided, Sir Metin.
Regardless, these mages are proving difficult to track down.
Depending on what you need, I could be of assistance.
This hive of blood mages and their supporters know us. If we get close to them, they'll scatter like cockroaches. But you could take them unawares.
Sir Metin, we cannot dally. If the blood mages see us with Hawke...
Here are the details. Eliminate these threats to Kirkwall. We'll send any future communications by letter.
That's right, we need to have evil... Wait, why is it evil Emperor lore? Wouldn't good Emperor lore be better? No? Okay. Alright, whatever. Good and fair Emperor lore. Yeah, it's too much of a mouthful. Unlike good King Moogle Long may his palms cycle. Or cycle? Circle? Spherical? Bounce! Oh yeah, warehouse counter. That's gonna start going up a bit pretty quickly here. Oh! I love it, Raven King. Let's wake up all the old gods. And kill them! Let's wake up all the Darkspawn. And kill them! And then, hang on, hear me out, hear me out. Let's go find all the mages and kill them! That'll end the mage bloodline because, you know, they can't have any children if they're dead, right? And then we become Darkspawn. We kill ourselves. Perfect. Was that it? Yep. That was the quest. 2? Raven King, I think? Pretty sure it's 2. I like the idea that the Inquisitor is a pawn, and it is thus our decision as to how we decide to work with that. Considering the say we have in some of the affairs of Dragon Age Inquisition, that kind of tracks for me. Sorry, memory leak. Memory leak. That would be funny. 2 blights at the same time. Ah! That would be fun. Everyone's like, alright, we killed the Archdemon, and the Warden's like, no, you didn't. And everyone's like, what? No, we just did. I was like, no, there's another one. You just want to hold on to power, Grey Wardens. We won't listen to you. Oh, crap, there's a second Archdemon. If only we hadn't wiped out the Grey Wardens. And then that's it. That's the end of reality.
Welcome home, Sam.
That is true, Finagle Bagel. Finagle the Bagel. I mean, functionally, yeah, Spartan. Absolutely.
There is justice in the world.
Is there? You want to free the mages. Let's say you do, but to get there, you kill a bunch of innocent people. What about them? Don't they then deserve justice?
Yes.
And then what? Where does it end? It's like a bar brawl. People are continuously pulled into the fray, and nobody remembers why it started. Justice is an idea. It makes sense in a world of ideas, but not in our world.
What would you say to an exciting trip to Orlais? I hear the Grand Cathedral's lovely this time of year.
What? You were right. The Divine will be taking action against Kirkwall, though the sister didn't say what. You must take the holy relics from the Chantry and leave for safety.
Sebastian, I'm surprised at you. Andraste would not thank me for saving a few dusty finger bones and my own skin at the cost of people's lives.
You keep dead people here.
The Kirkwall Chantry has guarded the remains of the martyr Devrina for 800 years. They must be protected.
When I became Grand Cleric, I took a vow to the people of Kirkwall and the Free Marches. I will not leave my flock.
Would you let yourself die?
There is no greater devotion than to lay one's life at the Maker's feet. There is no better death than to take the blow for another.
That would be a yes, in case you missed that.
Sister Nightingale took a great risk to warn you. Don't be rash.
Please, Your Grace. Sister Nightingale thinks there will be war.
Then, I must make peace. Settle yourself, Sebastian. I'm in no personal danger. I am Grand Cleric. Who would dare attack me?
If you will not shield yourself, then I will be your shield. You will come through this safely by the Maker's name. I swear it.
And that was Sebastian's quest. And yeah, I very deliberately brought Anders for that. Or Sredna, if you prefer. Okay. That was wondrous.
Come on, Daisy. You've been holed up in here for days. If you don't get some sunshine, you'll wilt.
I'm not a plant, Beric. I'm fine.
Just take a walk around the Lowtown Market. Get some air, and I'll stop bothering you.
No, you mean well, but I have too much to do right now.
Spell Anders backwards, Jesse's mask.
Talk some sense into her, Hawk.
Varric is very sweet. Frequently infuriating and a terrible busybody, but sweet. Were you looking for me? Nothing's wrong, is it?
So... we'll get to it, but is it just me? There's a concept I think I first coined when I was going through Voyager over 10 years ago. It was called Because Plot. And it really feels like a lot of Act 3 happens because plot. Like, they have to have the big moment, right? And they can't avoid the big moment. And so no matter what you do, or no matter how things go, or no matter how much it is against logic, or reason, or world building, or character assassination, or anything else, it has to happen because plot. We have to have the glitter trail, you don't understand!
I don't come to the alienage for my health.
Checking up on me? I suppose you think I might summon an army of demons at any moment. In the market the other day, out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw Tamlin. I blinked, and he was gone. I don't know what it meant. Maybe nothing. Maybe I'm going mad. I miss them all. Even the Keeper.
Nothing is stopping you from going to see them.
I made my choice. I left. I wish I could have seen it. It doesn't matter. I'm here now. Maybe Varric was right. Shall we go out for a bit? I could use some sunshine.
Sure. Sounds apropos. Okay, let's pop you out and swap you for a second. No kidding, Jesse's mask. And once again, the fact that it was dropped on them makes this make so much more sense. If you can plan for because plot, generally, or excuse me, if you can plan for having a short development cycle, you could try to avoid because plot. When you're suddenly told, hey, you got to turn this in next week, it's like, sure. Why does this happen? Shut up!
You think I don't know the City Guard is just another arm of the Templars?
That is completely unfair.
If they show up here, I'll know who to blame. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to see that. I just can't be too careful, now that the Knight Commander has basically appointed herself Viscount.
Are you in trouble?
Not personally, but I grow less hopeful each day. The Mage Underground is all but destroyed, and those left have turned to blood magic as their only option, which Meredith knows will prevent any chance of the public taking their side.
If I have any influence here at all, Meredith will not be Knight Commander long.
I don't know what we would do without you. How can people be so blind? A mage saved all of us from the Blight. But it makes no difference. The Chantry set us on this path long ago. It would take something truly catastrophic to change people's thinking now.
Gosh, if only we could come up with something truly catastrophic to do. Alas and alack, this is beyond my feeble comprehension.
You should have lived in Tevinter. You'd be happier there. Probably right, yeah.
So they all do that.
Just the ones who don't complain about how powerless and persecuted they are.
What? So Blaterval says, do I think they would have cut an act if they knew in advance? If they were told right up front, you got 11 months, make it work? Absolutely. In fact, I can even tell you what I would have done. So first of all, axe Act 3 entirely. It's not only the weakest act, but it leads to something that they knew they multiple cases, knew they would have no way to actually do properly. Push Act 1 and Act 2 out, and then feel the waters for getting some DLC out. Okay. The game sold well enough to afford some DLC, no problem. Make Act 3 the DLC, the build-up to the Mage War, right? There you go, boom. Exactly, Jesse's Mask. Bake it into that. I think so too, Wandering Gull. They were not, Penka. They were mid-development. I'm not sure of exactly when because of timetables and vagueness of said timetables, but they were told midstream, oh, by the way, this is your release date, to which they were told, be like, oh.
It's not a good feeling, you know.
What?
Being an abomination. I just got a taste of your future.
I'm not that foolish. Our relationship is, strictly platonic.
It's like you're trapped in your own body, seeing out your eyes, while someone else moves you like a puppet. And you're trying to scream, to move a single muscle, but there's no escape. Until you look down at the blood on your hands.
Stop it! You're scaring me.
That's the point.
It's okay. Templars for life, yo. We just need to eradicate all the people. Excuse me, mages. Gotta call them something else so we don't think of them as people. Obs. Why is this, like, here? Oh, that's why. Correct, Svatoslav. I actually gave the full story and tale at the very beginning of this entire stream when we started Dragon Age 2. But here's the super summarized version. Tor. Okay, here's a slightly less summarized version. Tor took an inordinately long amount of time to make, and as a result, was not releasing anywhere near when they thought it was going to. Tor had its own problems. We'll not cover that here, but as a direct result, they wanted to release something that quarter. Dragon Age 2 was the sacrificial lamb. Hey, Gamlen.
So, you've done well for yourself. I had my doubts the first time I saw you, but I guess there was something to that hawk fellow Leandra ran off with after all. He certainly produced an amazing daughter. Your mother would be proud.
I just wish Mother had lived to see me become champion.
I know Leandra, and she'd be absolutely glowing from all the praise that's been heaped on you. I don't say this often, but we're the only family we've both got left. For a long time, I thought the Amel line in Kirkwall would end at me. I'm glad you've pulled it out of the grave.
Quest complete. By the way, a lot of Act 3 quests are like that. That's why I keep making fun of it. It's like, and you're done. Okay, go. So Tor is absolutely in a death spiral. Obviously, I called this last year, and I derive absolutely no pleasure from saying I freaking called it. It's like, I can never be right about something good, right? I always have to predict doom and gloom and then be right about it. Just call me Cassandra, and let's move on with it. But the current status of Tor is that they have ripped it out of BioWare's hands and pushed it into someone else's, and that's all kinds of bad. That's bad for BioWare, that's bad for EA, and that's bad for Tor. So that sucks.
You pity him. He's dangerous to himself and everyone around him.
I think he's broken the thing he wanted to save.
You pity him because he's you.
Breaking the things you love most isn't restricted to mages, Fenris.
Sadly true.
Yeah, Tor did have a peak. But now the signs are pretty bad. See, you're right, Orcano. But I am also right here.
They say the alleys are 10 miles.
I don't have a simpler way to put that, right? There's this thing where people will be like, ah, WoW's dying. And they've said that for years, and they're still wrong about it. There's a Kunari sword. But the problem is, when you... I have no way to say this, which doesn't sound arrogant. I know what I'm talking about. I actually do have the ability to pay attention to figures and statistics and financial trends and game design trends and company trends and where the investors are and where the owners are. If you look at all the information on hand and say, blah, that's a little different than someone saying, they decided to implement Jedis. Tor's dying. Which is what most people do, because they're stupid. Let me be very clear here. Tor has been dying nice and slowly, but what has happened this year is probably going to be one of two things. It's either going to be the final bullet shot, which is going to kill it off, or, and this is extraordinarily unlikely, but it is possible, this new development team will actually turn it around and start pulling people back in again. Now, I friggity doubt it, because Tor had its chance. So here's the thing. You have to understand that the MMO market, the players of the MMO market, it's a very finite group. It's also kind of expanded to as big as it's ever really going to be, plus or minus a few thousand people. Yes, absolutely, Blade-Troll. They're not going to do that, of course, but they could. Hi, Evo. As usual, we're talking about MMOs and Dragon Age. What do you want from me? So, this bubble, it becomes a zero-sum game. This is all the people who play MMOs, and so there's only so much any given MMO can take of that chunk. Now, WoW has been king of that chunk for years. Oh, and is also currently still the king of the MMO bubble. But the thing is, WoW took a huge hit during BFA, towards the latter end of BFA, and absolutely during Shadowlands. Now, whether WoW is good, bad, or in between is not relevant. The point is, there was a dip. Enough people in popular consciousness were sufficiently pissed at WoW to walk away from it during that period of time. What that meant is all of those people could then drift into the other MMOs. Tor did not capitalize on that. Guild Wars 2 did. Guild Wars 2 was dying, was actually facing the possibility of being shut down as an MMO, and then got a shot in the arm for several reasons, that not just the WoW thing, but the WoW thing helped. So they took their chance, they managed it, the Dragons expansion came out, they took full advantage of the WoW dip. Guild Wars 2 is going fine, and is coming out with its new expansion last week. So Guild Wars 2 took advantage of the dip. Final Fantasy XIV took advantage of the dip. There's a reason that so many people were flocking to it, and like it or not, a lot of that is because of the WoW dip. So that's cool. But then there's Tor, which didn't take advantage of the dip. And that's kind of my overall point. If there really was a time where it was likely that Tor was going to turn it around, it was last year or the year before. I guess it's all of these ones. Whatever. Yeah, exactly, Janthal. There's a reason jumping on the bandwagon is usually considered to be a negative thing. It's because, by sheer virtue of the fact that you didn't jump when you could, you are now too late to take advantage of it. Looking at you, the DCMU. Yeah, exactly. Instead, Legacy of the Sith came out, and that sucked. I enjoy Tor for what it is, and it scored reasonably well, even for all its many, many, many problems. I never got bored of Tor either, not really. But I wouldn't count on Tor really being a thing much longer. If it manages to stay in maintenance mode, that's great, because then more people can still experience that game and play that game in their own spare time. But I wouldn't bet on it. Oh, by the way, Star Trek Online is also staring at pretty much the exact same barrel. STO's problem is slightly different, though. STO's problem is kind of similar to the EVE Online problem. There is a pretty dedicated player base which is slowly but surely shrinking. The game itself is also focusing almost entirely on progression of power at the expense of all else. While there are still content updates, they are few and far between, and frankly somewhat threadbare. By contrast, there are patches and updates all the time, every few weeks, adding new equipment and new ships and new stuff you can buy. That's not a good sign for a game. Then there's the fact that STO is under Gearbox, which, this is critical, is under Embracer. And Embracer is currently the Jenga tower of, will it manage to nail it, or will it fall apart and become THQ 2.0? It's worth noting that a lot of people were staring at the Embracer Jenga tower and thinking they might actually be able to pull it off, because the gamble they made makes perfect sense. Then the biggest game that they had under their label came out, that was the recent Saints Row, and freaking bombed. So that's probably the death knell of Embracer right there. So, what I'm trying to say here is if you want to play Tor, or if you want to... I do not know off the top of my head, Dr. Witcher, I'm sorry. If you want to play Tor, if you want to play STO, now's the time.
Are you certain it's her?
An elf matching your description on the ship you named. And alone, as far as I could tell.
I need to know if it's a trap.
Sound effect.
I did as you asked, Fenris. Now it's up to you. You talk to him, Hawk. I've had my fill for today.
Very true of Von Falkenstein.
Need is first of us.
Maybe I can help, Fenris.
It's my sister. I didn't tell you, but I followed up on Hadriana's information. Everything she said was true. I had to keep it quiet, but I eventually contacted Verania and sent her coin enough to come meet me. And now she's here.
She was in Corinus after all.
My sister left Magister Ahriman's service, and I found her in Minrathous. That made things more difficult. But according to the men I paid, it's just as Hadriana said. She's not a slave. She's a tailor, in fact. Getting a letter to her was difficult, and she didn't believe me at first. But she's finally come.
You're worried Denarius knows?
The more it seems he doesn't know, the more certain I become he does. Come with me, Hawk. I need you there when I meet her.
Done.
Where is she?
If we go to the Hanged Man during the day, she'll be there, for the next week at least. It would mean a lot to me. That's all I ask.
No problem. I will not do the most horrifically evil thing you can do in this entire game.
Last bottle of the Egregio. I've been saving it for a special occasion.
And what's that?
The anniversary of my escape. Astia Vala Firmundis. Care to hear the story?
Tell me anything.
I'd like that.
Let's see. You've heard of Saharan? The Imperium and the Qunari have fought over the island for centuries now. I was there with Denarius during a Qunari attack. I managed to get him to a ship, but there was no room for a slave. I was left behind. I barely got out of the city alive.
I thought Denarius considered you valuable.
He wasn't given a choice. The look on his face as the ship pulled out was priceless. There are rebels in the Saharan jungles called Fog Warriors. They found me and took me in, nursed me back to health. I stayed with them for a time, until Denarius finally came for me.
Were you with these Fog Warriors willingly?
I'd grown fond of the rebels. They bowed to no master and fought for their freedom. It was beyond my experience. When Denarius came, they refused to let him take me. He ordered me to kill them. So I did. I killed them all.
That's really messed up.
Why would you do such a thing?
It felt inevitable. My master had returned and this fantasy life was over. But once it was done, I looked down at their bodies. I felt I couldn't. I ran and never looked back.
Couldn't you have found other Fog Warriors? Become a rebel?
Even if I did, I felt unworthy. I had no way of knowing if I could truly escape from Denarius then. I didn't even know what that meant. I simply had to get away. I stowed aboard a ship to the mainland and moved south, chased by my former master every step of the way.
I have to wonder why you stayed with Denarius as long as you did.
You have not been a slave. A slave does not dream of freedom or wonder at possibilities. You think only of your master's desires and what the next hour will bring. It did not occur to me that I could be anything else until I had a taste of it.
But there are stories of slaves rebelling all the time. They did in Kirkwall.
The ritual that gave me my markings also stripped me of my memory. Whatever I was before may as well have never been. Perhaps if I knew, I might have felt differently.
How well did you know these Fog Warriors?
I knew them only a few months, but in that time, I felt as if I truly lived. They were bold, strong, free with their affections. I was in awe of them, and owed them everything. And I turned on them even so.
Didn't Daenerys stop you?
The rebels had wounded him. The soldiers he brought attempted to capture me, unsuccessfully. It was weeks before Daenerys was able to mount the hunt in earnest, but by then, I was already gone.
I don't see why you didn't kill him right there.
I wasn't running from him. Not at first. I've never spoken about what happened to anyone. I've never wanted to. Perhaps this is what it means to have a friend.
Perhaps you're right.
To you, Hawke. A finer mage I have never met.
Aw. Now, let's go sell you out to your former master. I cannot believe they let you do that. Just... I don't know if I agree in this exact case. This is horrific.
It really is you.
Verania? I remember you. We played in our master's courtyard while Mother worked. You called me.
Leto. That's your name.
What's wrong? Why are you so...
It's a trap.
Ah, my little Fenris. Predictable as always.
I'm sorry it came to this, Leto.
You led him here.
Now, Fenris. Don't blame your sister. She did what any good Imperial citizen should.
I never wanted these filthy markings, Daenerys. But I won't let you kill me to get them.
How little you know, my pet. And this is your new mistress, then? The champion of Kirkwall. Quite lovely.
Hey, Kim. No, that's actually horrific. So yeah. A mage and 4 soldiers walk in. Really? This is what you're bringing to me?
Charmed, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, you're extraordinarily dead. You really are most sincerely dead. Come on. I know there's a wave 2. I know what game I'm playing. Could you spawn before the lightning storm goes away? Thanks. That's true. I could have made $3 after selling out my friend to one of the most horrifically evil things you could do in this entire franchise. Come on. Come on. Yeah, come on. Let's go. Let's go. It's also extremely stupid. Like, there is no benefit to selling out Fenris. You lose a death machine who is loyal to you. You lose your only two-hander guy, unless you yourself are one. So, like, losing something in lore, losing something in gameplay. Yeah, it's just, it's there to be evil. It's dead puppies. Which is why, no, I'm not giving it a plus. Because being evil with some interesting choices is something that's valid. Especially if you're being pragmatically evil. See Dragon Age Origins. But yeah, this is nuking Megaton. Great analogy. And this will come up when it comes to that. Would I give it a negative? Would we give nuking Megaton a negative? Yeah, getting the golems makes perfect sense. There's a logic to that. And yeah, getting the werewolves? Oh, absolutely. They are very useful in gameplay and in lore. Kill him. Kill him.
You are no longer my master.
I had no choice, Leto.
Stop calling me that.
He was going to make me his apprentice. I would have been a magister.
You sold out your own brother to become a magister.
Your sister's a mage? You bloody hypocrite. You really are just jealous.
You have no idea what we went through, what I've had to do since Mother died. This was my only chance.
And now you have no chance at all.
Please, don't do this. Please, tell him to stop.
Why?
Stop what? Stop killing a traitor?
I would have given you everything.
Yeah, no, she deserves to die.
I thought discovering my past would bring a sense of belonging, but I was wrong. Magic has tainted that too. There is nothing for me to reclaim. I am alone.
No, we're here. We got your back.
You have friends.
Yes, a mage is my only friend.
Are we really so terrible?
I feel unclean, like this magic is not only etched into my skin, but has also stained my soul. And now this. Let's go. I need to get out of here.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but I don't believe there's an option for us to kill her instead of him. So, oh well. She did. As she should be. And yeah, I love that. This is very unintentional, but yeah, mage, mage, mage. So. Anyways.
You must join us. Do you see that now? You must stand with Kirkwall's mages.
It's not my fight.
You can't hide in Sundermount. There is no place for you among the Dalish.
No, my clan is all I ever cared about. Everything I did for them.
On second thought, maybe don't try to help us.
By the way, this is part of the reason why I'm bringing Anders for all this stuff. He has some, interesting dialogue throughout Act 3. I think that's the word I'm going to go with. Interesting. Hang on. Did we already... Sorry, give me one sec. Aveline, Sebastian, Anders.
Avert your eyes, witch.
You said I was dwelling on useless history. But what are you doing? The past is important to you and to all of us. We must know it to move forward.
Yet I have made no deal with a demon to learn of my past. You had a life, you had a family, and you abandoned them to chase after ghosts. We are nothing alike. Don't even begin to think that we are.
Meryl's not super popular anymore.
If Althena won't leave Kirkwall, neither will I. I can't abandon her.
Who's this guy?
His own agent warned her away.
You should stay for me in a loveless, sexless marriage.
How much damage could a few dozen angry mages do anyway?
That's the problem, isn't it? Far more than I ever could. But if these Maleficarum rebel against the Knight Commander, Althena will put herself between them and be torn apart. I must try to make her see reason. This cannot end well. Hawke should do it. Kirkwall needs a Viscount.
Have you asked her if she even wants that?
I watched my parents in Starkhaven. When times are good, the city rules itself. Years could pass and no one would notice who's prince. But when there's famine, when there's war, people look to their leaders. Who does Kirkwall have beyond Hawke?
This is probably a conversation for the two of you to have.
You want me to be Viscount?
Andraste said the Maker is king in the heavens, but it is the kings of Thedas who must recreate his worldly glory. I keep thinking about that. Who better serves the Maker? A brother of the faith, or a prince who can sway a whole city?
You'll never know what the right choice is. Might as well just make one.
Althena is risking her life by not deserting her flock. Could I do the same? It's been 15 years since I lived in Starkhaven. The people there are only a memory to me. Kirkwall, the Chantry, that's real. That's where I belong.
You're a man of faith, Sebastian. You would have hated politics.
You're probably right. Bootlicking nobles and bickering farmers, I'd have sent the whole lot to do penance. I do appreciate you hearing me out. You've been a good friend, Hawke. I will stay, as much for you as for her grace.
And done. Okay, we're done with Sebastian. Oh, a little more of that, I might actually fall asleep. Which one's... here. Wait, are we allowed to hold hands? Hey, DZ Maven. We're trying to barrel roll through Act 3 here at the moment.
Do you regret it? What happened with your sister, I mean?
No.
You don't feel bad about killing her? Not even a little?
It was necessary.
You're lucky then. There are so many things I wish I could undo.
Me too.
Guardsman, duties for the week will be...
Lowtown canvas. 5 on, 3 off.
City perimeter by 2s. Clear by 2nd watch.
Training recruits full metal by week's end.
Anything else, Captain?
No. Thank you. Donicus. A good man. I'm sorry, was there something you wanted?
You never said how your 3 weeks in Orlais went.
You're right. I didn't.
So how was it? Oh!
Anything else?
Damn it, I should have brought Isabella for this. Oh well.
Your men could give the Templars a run for their sovereigns.
They've had to. As long as there's no Viscount, the Order thinks they can bark at any man in uniform. I won't have it. The people of Kirkwall need to see themselves in their guard. Lose that connection, we're just targets.
She's right.
Kirkwall seems to have rallied around you.
I try to keep order, and people appreciate that. Everything else is going insane. A few complaints here and there, but for the most part, I think everyone's just glad the guard has been stable for a few years.
What's really funny to me is that this, well, several versions of Hawke would actually make a much better candidate for Viscount than a lot of other options. Especially if this is someone who is very friendly with Aveline, the captain of the guard, who has completely revitalized the guard, and who has very close connections to Varric, who is pretty much the, you know, the shadow broker of the frickin' city.
Just checking in. Need anything?
Yes, there's something. Come back soon. I'll get into it then.
I'll see you later.
Of course, Hawke.
Okay. Well, that was a fascinating quest.
Hello again, champion.
I mean, think about some of the political sway our party has in this city. And then think about the fact that there's between us and Aveline and Fenris, and honestly even Anders, we're kind of a death ball in lore. Nah, I'll live with that for now. No, you don't, Evo, but I do hope they go away soon. Yeah, let's go deal with Justice really quick. Wrong way, Lore. I think. Wait, hang on. Where am I? Nope, I was going the right way. I was going the way.
Those shits better pay up.
Do you still support the Knight Commander?
I don't care a fig for her, but she's the only one holding back the madness in this city.
Holding back? She's howling at the bloody moon. Even her own people think she's lost it. What will it take for you to see that she's crazy?
Mages in glass houses shouldn't throw fireballs.
Thank you, Fenris. I can think of several games where that's true, Venters, but as far as in lore? I'm not sure. Even in the extant, in lore, the mages are the stronger. Or magically imbued people.
I'm going to be trying something, and I thought you'd want to be part of it. We've both been wrong. What I did with Justice was unnatural. It should never have happened.
You're getting him under control. I've seen it.
I can't help mages like this. Not while I am everything the Templars fear about magic. I need to be free of this curse.
I've never heard of anyone getting unpossessed.
I've spent the past 3 years researching the methods of Tevinter Magisters.
Why am I not surprised?
They're the only ones who have ever sought to reverse spirit possession, not just behead the victims. I believe I have a formula for a potion that can separate Justice and me, without killing either.
Really? I would love to help you procure this extremely volatile concoction.
Is it dangerous?
There are always dangers with magic. But I believe this will be worth the cost.
Surely that's worth any risk it entails.
I knew you'd stand behind me in this. Even if...
What?
Nothing. I've gathered most of what I need, but there are some outlandish ingredients I was hoping you'd help me collect. A powder the Tevinters call Celepetre, and a small amount of Drakestone.
What is Drakestone?
The Tevinters used to mine it for their apothecaries. There should still be deposits in the bone pit.
Where would we find Celepetre?
It's a crystal that forms from concentrated manure and urine.
Ew. We can't just buy it somewhere.
It's not used by mages here. There's no reason for any merchant to stock it. I suggest we search the sewers. There's an entrance not far from here in Darktown.
I assure you, we'll find them.
I could not have begun to do this without your support.
I hope you paid attention. This is actually surprisingly clever. What we were just told to collect is potassium nitrate and sulfur. Which, if that doesn't sound familiar... Huh. Thank you, French philosopher. I do always appreciate your support. And if you want to put it towards up to 3 things, please let me know. I was pretty suspicious of this Jesse's Mouse, not gonna lie. Yeah, he is directly straight up lying to us, to our face. Yeah, Sredna apparently has been looking into some Qunari research over the last 3 years.
This is certainly fragrant. At least we can't get rained on.
Oh, that was a 6-month. You got it. Hang on 1 second. And we'll put that towards the Resident Evil block, StarCraft block, and me not knowing how to type block. Done. Thank you, as always, French philosopher.
Going to have to do some shopping upstairs pretty
Yeah, it's going to be a little more overt in a second here.
We can enter the sewers from here to look for the Cellar Petrae. Are you ready?
Let's go.
Hold your nose. We'll have to get pretty close for me to tell what we're looking at.
Okay. Sure, Eva. Damn it, French philosopher.
I've got you now.
Well, if any of those people want to put those subs towards something, please let me know. Either way, thank you, French philosopher, very, very much. Again. Always appreciate. Alright, so we've got one dealer's choice. Y'all.
This is it. The Cellar Petrae should have formed right under here. Oh, I don't want to touch that. Let's see if we can find
Good question, Svatoslav. I have no idea. Or, more accurately, it doesn't work that way. It all goes into a nice big bank. And it sits there until I have something to fund. At the moment, I'm trying to catch up, not fall further behind, so I haven't funded anything in... I think since January, and the thank you streams. Sure, Lord Aramont. Yeah, I say, we dealer's choiced STO, we dealer's choiced Tor, we dealer's choiced FF14. Probably gonna dealer's choice WoW at some point, but that's like next year material at this point. And I dealer's choiced all the thank you streams.
Let's see if we can find a few more deposits. Let's see if we can find a few more deposits.
Underground... I know what you're talking about, Lord Aramont. I think. For God's sakes. No, I didn't fund Kingsfield 4. They did. It was listed as a relatively short game, and relatively short games tend to get funded. That happened to the Shantaes as well. Dragon Age was not a relatively short game. You guys just funded that on your own.
Let's see if we can find a few more deposits.
Oh, wow, Evo. That's vaguely amusing. And mostly horrifying. Have we gotten enough of the explosive materials yet?
That should be plenty. Thank the Maker.
You probably don't remember me talking about this, Eva, but I have a tendency to believe people and trust people. And I'm pretty I'm a patsy. There's a better way to phrase that, but, you know, I'm pretty easy to fool. That's not quite the way to put that, because I'm actually really hard to fool. But my point is, if you say there's a good reason for it, then I'm more likely to believe in you. So, yeah, if Anders was like, hey, I'll be like, yeah, sure, buddy, I got your back. This happened in DOS 2, for example. Now, there's a caveat there, because when I find out you're lying, you're kind of burned forever. And when I say forever, I freaking mean it. I've had people burn me, and they're still on the crap list. And they always will be. So when Evo inevitably betrays me, she's doomed, is what I'm trying to say.
Have I ever mentioned that I like your coat?
You do?
It's very lively, like a crow in the middle of hunting.
That's great. Thanks, Meryl.
Never get the stink of that Ferelden ship off me.
Well, no, not yet, Svatoslav. It's just, you know, when she inevitably betrays me.
Hate solid ground. I'd rather get planked than grounded.
Yeah, eventually she will, and then, yeah, turbo screwed. Well, you're not... Our opinions do vary a bit, Korgoth, but I will say, the score up here is up to date. So, make of that what you will. I don't know, French philosopher. That's right, I'm going to turn into Marjolaine. Betray you first, because I know you're going to betray me. That never turns out badly for anybody ever. Eva will be paid $3 in order to betray me, though.
We don't sail up near Rivain. Rumour of more Canary, and that's good enough for me. No Viscount, no damn treaties. How are we supposed to make...
Just Dragon Age 2. I don't really... We haven't really done a franchise score yet. We can't. We're not done with the franchise yet. I'm gonna give up on this, because this is taking up too much time. So we're gonna leave now. Let's see. Yeah, let's lose. Oh, well, they're two extremely different CRPGs, if that makes you feel any better. I like Evo. Until you betray me and try to kill me. I've heard good stuff about Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, though.
Oh, there!
What?
Who are you?
The name's Evitz. As in Evitz Marauders. The folk you killed a few years back.
Okay.
Now you're going to die for what you've done.
Okay. And he's dead. Long games take a while to get funded, Svatoslav, so... Including the ones we're playing right now.
You were more naive than I thought.
What have I done to you now?
To me, nothing. Not yet. To yourself, you can't even begin to imagine the number of mages that have walked down the path you're now on.
My clan didn't believe in me. If you don't believe in me either, I won't mind.
I'm sorry, who? What, Evo? Did someone just die? Oh, I felt a stiff breeze for a second there. DOS 2 has better gameplay than Baldur's Gate 3, in my opinion. But it's worth noting that the DOS 2 you're getting is a fully polished game. A game that had time and effort and patches, and then in a definitive edition to really add to it. So, DOS 2 kind of crushes on the gameplay axis. And I do think DOS 2 is a better game than Baldur's Gate 3. Like, unhesitatingly. I know, right? Man, where are we? We're on the beach. There is a very major complaint that can be easily leveled at DOS 2, and that is walkthroughitis. It's not your typical walkthroughitis, because it's more like, how do I play the game walkthroughitis? Once you understand how the game functions and is structured, you will have much more fun with it. But getting into it, there is that barrier to entry, and I did ding the game for that. Like, the moment I pulled up a walkthrough for that game, which was, I believe, like my second playthrough of it. No, I think that was actually my first playthrough. That's when I really started to actually enjoy myself.
Can you smell that? The wind. I'd started to forget what fresh air was.
I have not heard of Encased. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I imagine the other thing that is biasing me towards the game is it has very, very good co-op support. Like, really good co-op support. If you are going to pick up DOS 2, I highly recommend looking into telekinesis. Like, raise the hell out of that sucker. You will not regret it. Thank you, Maze. Always appreciate. And as a reminder, you can put that towards up to 3 things with no detriment. So if you want to put that towards all 3 Trails games, you can. If you don't, then I'll do it anyways! Yeah, where the hell am I going? Somewhere on the Wounded Coast. I am 5 seconds away from leaving this woman to rot here and die. So, telekinesis, okay, we'll do it towards the 3 Trails. Give me a second. Trails in the sky. Trails of Crossbell. Duology. Trails of Cold Steel. There it is. Telekinesis is obviously nice for just being able to, you know, not have to loot things or being able to access things from a distance. But the fact that telekinesis allows you to interact with objects at a distance by itself makes it very useful. It allows you to have entirely alternate paths through things like puzzles and dungeons, right? Then there's the fact that telekinesis changes how much you can lift. So if you're, like, going for a mage or whatever, a mage build, then raising your telekinesis score means you can carry much more, or rather lift much more. Which means all of a sudden you can lift all kinds of big, thick, heavy things you otherwise wouldn't be able to, which opens up all kinds of options. I'm not even talking about combat 2 minuets. If you want to throw chests at people, you can, but everybody knows about that exploit. I'm just saying, there are certain situations when being able to lift heavy things is extremely useful, like barrels of water, or barrels of death fog, or just being able to haul something on top of a switch at ranged to prevent a trap from being there. Stuff like that. Put very simply, telekinesis is nearly universally useful, which is why I recommend people crank it. Thank you very, very much, Borla. I do always appreciate the sub, and if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Now, if you're going to play a full melee build, then yeah, telekinesis drops off in usefulness a little bit. But yeah, teleporting lava onto your enemies, which is something you can do, is a thing you can do in that game. You can also teleport water onto them, or make it rain on them, and then set it on lightning. You can also put fire there and then rain on it to make smoke, which just gets in the way, and so forth and so on. There are lots of ways and lots of things you can do in the game. It's part of why the gameplay is so strong. Because there's tons and tons of encounters which are brilliantly built to allow you to do all kinds of tactics. And the best part is all of them are viable. There's not, as Colgrim mentioned earlier, there's not really such a thing as an, invalid build. Oh yeah, we can also bless the rain we just cast to make it healing rain. That's also a thing. There's so much crap you can do. So, an interesting idea, Madman Robbie. I haven't seen that actually happen in the game, but I have absolutely heard people theorize about that in lore, especially since one of the most common arguments people use to defend the bad writing of this game is Varric's just making it up as he goes. And since we know with total certainty he's lying, sure, but you get the point. Either way, interesting idea. I was curious who was doing the subs. I was going to wait for a moment to let someone just kind of come forward on that. Thank you, Korgoth. I do always appreciate you. Really, I do. Sorry, let me finish answering your question. If you want a more traditional and typical D&D experience, you should probably go with the Pathfinder games, because they're Pathfinder games through and through. They're the modules translated into video game format. If you want to play a CRPG with extraordinarily morphic and dynamic quest design, level design, puzzle design, and combat design, you probably want to play DOS 2 next. I do recommend both, by the way. I love this. I believe this is quite literally the last spot. Yep, this is the only spot we haven't uncovered in the whole map. And it's right at the entrance.
You there. Did my love send you? Will you take me to him?
Either your father didn't give me the whole story, or I really, really hope you're talking about someone else.
Fainriel, the man of my dreams. These brutes intended to take my maidenhood. As they argued about who would go first, I fainted. Then Fainriel spoke to me in a vision and told me not to fear. When I awoke, the men had slain one another. Please take me to Fainriel. I want to thank him properly.
I'm sorry, but I have no way to locate him.
Hey, what did you do to my man? I'll kill you till you're good and dead.
What? Yeah, Fainriel is now just death. So that's cool. We probably should have killed him, but, whatever.
It seems I must wait a bit longer for my love. Oh, thank you for your aid. I will find my way back to Kirkwall. The walk will tire me, and we'll be reunited in my dreams. Fainriel, my love, I'm coming.
Sure, we're gonna go now. I'll put that towards Starfield. Thank you, Korgoth. Reminder, you can put it towards up to 3 things, though. No detriment. So then we went to the beach, and we went everywhere on the beach, and I kept being like, Hawk, where are you going? And she's like, I'm trying to find this one spot. I'm like, Hawk, where are we going? It's right at the entrance, Hawk. Ruins. Only our 3rd ruins. That's a good point. If he gives us $3, then we're cool. Oh, wow, we found Nathaniel. He's right here. Normally I'd be upset about not having to go through an entire dungeon to find him, but, I'll take it. And then we went... Damn it, Madman. And then we went down another samey corridor. The corridor was... He's pulling a Tolkien, right? He's spending 5 years just describing the texture of the walls.
You've messed with the wrong mage! Now you fall!
Nathaniel Howe?
You're the champion of Kirkwall, aren't you? And... Anders!
Making friends as always, I see.
There's no escaping you, it seems.
I'm special that way.
That's one way to put it.
Delilah says you followed my expedition's route. Why?
You went further into the deep roads than anyone believed possible. The first warden himself ordered this investigation. I was offered a generous share of the salvage, plus extra coin up front to discourage any curiosity.
It looks like you met heavy resistance.
After the Warden Commander spared the Architect, we thought the ensuing struggle among the Darkspawn might make the deep roads safer. The Warden's allies assured us these tunnels would still be mostly clear, but it seems they were wrong.
Clearly.
Who is the Architect?
The Architect was the first of the speaking and thinking Darkspawn. Very dangerous. He spread his gift to other Darkspawn, the Disciples. Fortunately, their numbers are few.
They seem to know a great deal about Darkspawn. Are these allies dwarves?
No, not dwarves. It's complicated. Let's just say we live in strange times.
I was like, should we mention Corypheus? Nah.
I don't remember drawing anyone a map to the Tig. Who told you about it?
An unfortunate dwarf named Bartrand.
Thanks, Bartrand.
We weren't sure his information was reliable, but contacting you or Varric was deemed risky. We feared you might return if you learned of our interest in the Tig.
We should bring your sister the good news.
I cannot leave now. When we were attacked, I was separated from the rest of my expedition. Some of them may yet live. We must go deeper into the tunnels to rescue them.
Who else could be alive?
Some wardens survived the initial ambush. I think the dwarf we brought from Vigil's Keep survived. But who still lives? Only the Maker knows.
We have survivors to find. Let's go.
We should move. Stay alert for Darkspawn.
Well, god damn it. That's a good question, Estus Flakes. I do not have an answer to that, though. Yeah. 11 months. Act 3.
Master Howe, you live.
Temerin, good man. Are there any other survivors?
Hopefully up ahead. Well met are strangers in the belly of the earth. I hope Sir Fenley won't mind, but I set up the explosives here and there. Figured I'd blow up as many of the spawn as I could before I embraced the stone.
How did you manage to get Kunari explosives?
These aren't Kunari explosives. They're Dwarven made, and don't you forget it.
Temerin's cousin Dworkin made the explosives back in Vigil's Keep.
Aye, and that he did. Before the sudden Kunari forced him into hiding.
Remember Awakening? Huh? Huh? Okay.
What were you going to do with these explosives?
We were prepared to do extensive excavations around the Tig you found.
A few well-placed booms prove most efficacious at clearing rubble.
Corridors lined with explosives and darkspawn galore. It's not even my birthday.
Temerin, the way behind us is clear. Send word to the Wardens in case we don't make it.
Aye. I've set explosives all along the tunnels. Blow up as many of the sodding spawn as you can. Luck to you both.
Only if it was very, very carefully controlled, just like real-life battery chargers. Blue fusion bolt. Volt! Oh my god. Ugh. Like, in real life, if you have an unregulated current going into a battery, it's just going to cause it to explode. As Morrigan would say, another battle, it would seem. Having said that, I do think someone who knows what they're doing could do exactly that, just like we can with technology, recharge a battery. So that would be a cool thing to put in, like a sign of a really skilled lightning mage.
What are you doing here? Just like always, no cause is too small for you to stick your nose in. I have this under control.
You know each other?
She is my sister.
It's been years, Carver.
Years.
Be civil.
Years.
I almost died in your shadow. I don't appreciate you showing up to take my thunder.
If my shadow made it down here, you brought it.
We don't have time for this. The Darkspawn approach.
It's fine, Ventures, it's fine. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Thanks for that warning, Nathaniel. I wouldn't have been able to see the Darkspawn, who are probably audible at that range, if you didn't use your warden senses to detect them. Yeah, we killed Corypheus last week, but don't worry about it. It's been years. He's just trying to forget it. He just...
Destructive forces of nature coming up! Now you fall!
The Darkspawn are coming. They're like right here, you know. Ah.
That's enough!
For the first time since I've been down here, I don't sense a single Darkspawn. We've won. The route
We've wiped them all out.
Because of you, I will see my sister and nephew again. Please, take this with my blessing. I apologize I couldn't answer all your questions. You may have them yet in the fullness of time.
Narrator, you will not.
Stay safe, Nathaniel.
You as well.
I mean, if it's not here, it's probably nearby here. Excuse me. Ugh. Yep, we've wiped out the Darkspawn. Which would probably be a good thing, actually. Think about it.
We still need the Drakestone from the Bone Pit.
Yeah, let's go get the bomb. I mean, the healing ingredients. What are the Darkspawn? Well... Once upon a time. I don't freaking know. I can't even snark. I lack snark ability.
Ready as I'll ever be.
We'll have to look for Drakestone deposits along the sides.
Oh, cool. Sure, whatever. That sounds like a cool mechanic, actually, Dakota. We're in a cave. Oh no! Dogs!
looks like a Drakestone deposit. I need a scraping from the deepest part. There should be more further in.
I wonder.
Should be more further in.
I'm just curious how much we can just ignore combat for this. All the magic rocks? I hear that the golem went around and just killed all the magic rocks in all of the lands, and wow, that's why the dogs moved in.
There should be more further in.
The birds were always a pawn of the dogs. That's why she shifted her perspective. I mean, there's a reason I call it Dragon Age 2 Syndrome, Evo. Although, I'm not sure if this is the worst example of it in RPGs. Because it is RPG. Like, obviously all games can have Dragon Age 2 Syndrome. But I find myself wondering, is there an RPG with worse Dragon Age 2 Syndrome than this? I'd have to really think about that. Pillars of Eternity 1. I can see that. I'm not sure if it's actually worse. What is Dragon Age 2 Syndrome? A very good question. Dragon Age 2 Syndrome is a game in which the combat is fun, and there's way, way, way too much of it. And by sheer virtue of repetition, it stops being fun and goes from a positive into a negative. WoW? No, I still enjoy the combat of WoW, like, today. There's also not that much combat in WoW. Not really. I mean, WoW is actually rather infamous for having very few trash fights in its dungeon and raid design.
Thank you. I wouldn't have asked just anyone to venture in there for me. There is one more thing, but we must discuss it privately.
Personally, I say the combat in Dragon Age 2 starts getting boring at the end of Act 1, and is officially boring by the end of Act 2. I know that there are people who disagree with me on that, which is cool and fine and acceptable. I'm just giving my own take on the matter, especially since, you know, we're here. It's a current opinion. Why is it not letting me... Final Fantasy VI would probably qualify. Not as bad, but FF6 will probably get a single negative for this. That's a high dragon. I mean, as I talked about earlier, I was talking about how people have this weird perspective of the fact that games need to be long to justify their existence. And as I was saying that, people in chat were like, yeah, no, that would just be too short of a game if it was shorter. And it's like, yeah. Yeah. Give me my armor. I want to look cool. Fenris is fine. He's fine. He's a melee being backed up by 3 mages. Well, I was actually thinking about it. Obviously, cutting it down to Act 1 might be a little bit too much of a dip down. I'm willing to admit that. But cutting it down to Act 2, that's something I'm a lot more in favor of the idea of. And how long would that be? Well, our playthrough of Act 1 and 2, which includes DLC, was 29 hours. Pretty meaty, I would say. Now, hang on a second. Imagine if for a moment you actually reduce the number of encounters, either by reducing the waves or reducing the health. So that would drop that, that would drop that time even further down. So get rid of some of the very obvious padding, axe out Act 3 entirely. There you go, we have a pretty solid game. I would even call it a great game.
Do you think it's over?
I mean, it's 100 plus. That's the definition of a great game. I'm gonna take a nap. Wake me when the boss is dead. Let's see. What's going on here? Fenris is fine. More boring, but less irritating, Spartan. Make of that what you will. I guess I'll level them. I guess. Yeah, just do this. Just do this. What was I doing with you? I guess I could go with barrier, but nobody uses barrier. That's silly. I guess we could become a blood mage. We're not going to. I'm not going to follow after dear father's example. We'll find out probably tomorrow, Korgoth. Or hopefully tomorrow. Whatever, do that. I want these friggin' dragons off of my friggin' plane. Sorry. A friggin' bone plane? Bone pit? No, Meryl! Where is she? Oh, there she is. Is this just where we're at with this? Okay. There's a dragon on our lawn. Are you not using potions? You are not using potions. Well, no friggin' wonder. please stop standing in front of the dragon, everybody? Yeah, no, there's no real boss design here. It's an enemy. It has a grapple attack, a breath attack, and a pile of hit points. Every now and again, it summons some ads. Not boss design. Stuff like this really highlights just how much better the Duke Prosper fight was than anything else in this game. Yeah, no, it's a WoW vanilla boss, exactly. Varric's like, and then we died to the dragon. What? Yeah, we went to the bone pit for no reason. And there was a dragon there and it killed us all. Okay. Fenris, could you stop dying for 5 seconds, please? We might actually die here, and I think I don't care. I think I might just allow the death to happen and move on with my life. Like, this is just insanity, and I kind of don't care. Oh, that was a little irritating, but that's okay. My favorite thing is I'm just being bombarded by resist messages. Have you been watching that? If you don't understand what that means, it means all those fun little debuffs and combos I can do are just getting resisted all over the place. And that's always fun. Hey, could you use a potion, please? Thank you. Hey, Meryl, could you use a potion, please? Thank you. No, this is casual difficulty. The enemies are just designed to be resistant to status effects, aka the Final Fantasy problem. Yeah. Now I can go back to AFKing until my cooldowns are back. Oh, that sounds good! Exclamation mark. Could you take a picture for me when you're there, please? Question mark. Alright, Fenris, you've been this thing's chew toy for a while. When we get there, could you get the killing blow, please? Yeah, of course the dragon's immune to fire. I'm not sure I've ever killed this thing on hard. Cool. Yeah, as I say, the only reason we did that is so we'll look cool in the cutscenes. Now we just need the helmet. Which I don't remember where we get the helmet. Where do we get the helmet? Someone remind me. So we can look cool. Because looking cool is more important than anything else in these games. right, Shadow Machine. Main quest. Okay, cool. What time is it? Do I work through the lunch break, or do I take a lunch break? It is, I mean, you can check the website yourself, Korgoth. I don't remember where it's at. I'd have to pull up the website. The website's up to date as of last night, though. I should drink water. That's a good idea. I mean, I'm beating this game today. That's happening. We're done with it. We're moving on. Really? Really? Well, in the spirit of this run, then,